Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order and do the land acknowledgement first. The municipality of Dysart acknowledges that we are on the traditional territory known as the Williams Treaty First Nations, which includes Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Boswell, and Georgina First Nations. And we thank these nations for their care and stewardship over this shared land. Could I have a resolution to adopt the agenda?
Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on September 26th be approved as presented.
Need a mover and seconder? Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest, I think? Pat? Thank you. And the resolution to adopt the minutes.
Be it resolved that council approves the September 12th regular council meeting minutes as circulated.
Mover and seconder. Walton, Barry, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay. Any updates from the county from you, Walter?
No, nothing from the county, but I think it's great that our playground got opened on the weekend. It was a great success to see all the kids and families out there playing and having fun. So that's a real big positive for our community.
At the county, we're going through a process to replace our CAO, Mike Rutter, who is a local boy, and it's a big hole to fill. He's cares about the county and he knows it well. So anyway, that process is gonna unfold here in the next week or two. Okay, public meeting then. Start off by saying public meeting for September 26th will now come to order. I notice all those in attendance at the meeting will be live streamed on YouTube and recorded. Please note that the recording will be linked to the municipal website. And this is rather a lengthy read, but it's the way we have to do it. The purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required by the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider 3 proposed zoning amendments to the Dysart et al. Zoning Bylaw 2005-120. It is the council's responsibility to consider all information received to date regarding the applications and to hear and consider any views you may have about these applications. Every person present or registered will have the opportunity to ask questions about the proposals and voice their opinion regarding the same. Please state your name and your relation to the application prior to speaking. Each person will have up to 5 minutes to provide a comment or ask questions. Please direct all your questions and comments to the chair. Please restrict your comments to planner matters only. And after this public meeting is over, council will make a recommendation as to whether or not the proposed zoning amendment should be passed. Council's recommendations will then be considered during the regular meeting of council. Once council has made a decision on the proposed amendment, notice will be circulated as per the Planning Act. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that would like to receive notice of this decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing. The Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless the opinion of the tribunal there is reasonable grounds to do so. We'll now commence with the public meeting as per the agenda. Okay,
I've got a resolution to go in.
yeah, have a resolution there.
Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:01 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment files D14 ZB 2022-12 lands of Dando and D14 ZB 2023-06 lands of Petrini, an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment files D08 OPA 2023-01 and D14 ZB 2023-04.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, so who's carrying the first file? Chris or?
Yeah, Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is a returning file for the Lands of Dando. Staff first presented the zoning bylaw application during their August 22nd, 2023 public meeting. That included the staff report outlining the proposed zoning request. Council had directed staff to remove the request to permit a gazebo structure within the water setback and return with the amended bylaw. The bylaw has been amended as per council's direction. To exclude the request to permit the gazebo structure within the water setback, and the bylaw is attached for council's consideration.
Is anyone here representing the applicant?
Yes, I believe Christine Dando is in attendance.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
I'm here.
Okay, any
Um,
comments?
I don't think so. Could you just explain it to me a little bit better, a little clearer? That's so. What I'm not sure what's happening actually.
Yep. So the request that was to ask for the gazebo to stay in the water setback by council's direction was removed. So therefore, the gazebo has to be set back the 20 meters from the water setback, and as well as your sauna needs to be set back the 20 meters as well, which was already discussed prior anyways. So that was the intention that you're going to do with the sauna, and then the gazebo just needs to be moved back outside of that the water setback.
Okay, so that the gazebo can move onto the deck as we spoke about it last time.
As long as it's outside of that 20-meter setback, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. That's fine. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Are you okay with that?
Yes. Yeah. No, that's good. So I'll just move both of the items, and that's it done. Is that right?
Based on the bylaw, that's correct. Then it brings your property into conformance with the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Okay. Is there because I've got to get people to do that because they're quite sort of heavy pieces of things. So I've got to organize that. So is there a time, or what happens?
So we
Or should I tell you?
that would be up to council
Yes.
if they want to provide a timing. Typically we give, once this is done, the applicant typically tries to do it immediately or within a month or so. The bylaw officer or the bylaw department would be notified, so they would likely come out and check. But you can definitely work with the bylaw department. And if it's not removed within a month or two, then certainly they would then follow up at that point.
Okay. But I will keep you closely informed as to what's actually happening with regards to anybody that have been able to engage locally to actually have them moved. I think that the sauna might be a problem because I think the entire sauna will have to be dismantled and remade again. So that's, it took like a week to make it. So it'll have to be unmade and then remade again. So I'm just sort of letting you know but I will sort it out as soon as I'm able to get someone to do it.
The sauna came as a kit. Is that right?
That's right. So it's like a barrel, and it's all pieces of wood, and they all kind of like go together in a circular barrel with a sort of doors and things around it. So it's that's right. It was from the local Minden company.
Yeah, right.
I waited actually for about a year to actually get it on order. So I know that they're quite sort of busy people.
I think they're made in Taiwan, I think.
Probably, yeah, as everything. Yeah.
Might took so long to get it.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Okay, it's
Okay.
I'd like to say something.
okay.
This is not just my opinion. This is a lot of of my constituents. I've heard a lot of talk about gazebos in the past day, hour, last month, 6 months. They'd like to see us reconsider this water setback. So a gazebo would be allowed down there. They're quite concerned about the children and seniors down there getting shade. They want restrictions on them, the size, no, not on docks. But I really think this is something, like I say, I'm only one vote around here, but I'm speaking for a lot of people. And I really do believe that it's something that we should reconsider. And that's just my opinion. I don't know whether any of the councilors got anything to say, but.
I echo Walt's comments there too. We're getting a lot of feedback, not necessarily, kind of the same scenario as this file here. People with existing gazebos that aren't impeding views and stuff like that, and a lot of phone calls on it that support it. So I think, in my own opinion, we should pause on this file for now until we get the chance to revisit it, maybe in the upcoming council sessions.
Yeah, I'm in agreement too. I got at least 6 people and I think what bothers me even more is if you looked around the lakes, like there could be as many as 60% or 70% of every lot on the lakes right now. Likely you could find something wrong with this. So anyway, I'm not saying we're going to change anything and who knows, but I think we should definitely look into it a little bit if we can somehow.
Tammy?
I completely agree as well, as I've been going around the lakes and it's a good 70% on some of the lakes. So I definitely agree with everybody here.
So what are we saying? We want a deferral here then? For further discussion? Is that what we're saying? Okay. Well, that ought to make you happy. You won't have to tear your sauna down now.
That would make me really happy, especially as I've got a grandbaby on the way in January. So
You better
That's-
not put it in the sauna right away.
well, that's not going in the sauna, no, but it will
Okay.
go under the shade, that's for sure. Mm.
Okay, so we have, then we should have a resolution. Is that, the planning staff understand this is being deferred then?
Yep, that's correct. So I can read the resolution that would bring this forward to the consideration outside of, back into the regular meeting, which would then provide that recommendation to defer.
Okay. Okay. Good. So you're
Thank you.
gonna provide that resolution? then?
So be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2022-012 Lands of Dando, which consists of part lots 6, concession 8, lot 26, plan 621, and the geographic township of Dysart, and municipality Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council direct the amending bylaw to be brought forward for consideration during its September 26, 2023 regular meeting. And further that I guess council would defer the 2023-76 as amended.
Okay. We have a mover and seconder for that. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Okay. And did you say we needed a separate resolution in regular council for that, Chris?
Yes, which we can bring that forward. So we wouldn't read out the actual resolution to approve it. I guess we'll just have to do it and have it that it'll be deferred.
It'll be deferred, okay. Any other comments from council? Then that concludes the public meeting for the lands of Dando for the time being. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Okay, the second is the lands of Petrini.
That's correct. So this application, unfortunately, there was with the notification, the circulation for the delineation of the environmental protection boundary was included. However, there was a second request that wasn't included in the notice. So staff are recommending that this application be deferred in order to allow recirculation for setback, reduced setback to the property exterior side lot line. However, I can just give a quick overview, and then again, staff is recommending that the application be deferred until next month to allow us to recirculate for the reduced setback that wasn't included in the original circulation. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to accurately define the environmental protection area on the subject property. In addition to the above, the applicant, as noted, requested to include a reduced setback for the building, or for proposed building, from the exterior side yard. Unfortunately, this request was highlighted after the initial circulation of the application. Therefore, staff recommend that council defer the bylaw to allow staff to recirculate the application to include the reduced setback in the notice.
Okay. Is that holding up any construction or building or anything?
My understanding is the applicant had noted that they would like to build in the spring. So this wouldn't hold anything up. We would just recirculate. It would come back to council next month, and upon any other requirements that they need outside of this process, then they'd be good to go for building permit after that.
Is that okay with you, Nathan? Okay, so you're good with this then? Okay, good. Okay, so that's the comment you have. You're just ready to put it off till next month then? Okay. All right, so that looks like if there's no other public comment, any member of council got any concerns with that? It's known as kicking the ball down the road. We're doing pretty good this morning. Okay, so I guess we need a resolution then.
So be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2023-006 lands of Trini, which consists of lots 11 and 12, concession 9, parts 2, 4, and 5, plan 19R 10613 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council direct a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its September 26, 2023 regular meeting, and that council recommends that the bylaw be deferred.
Can I strike that second paragraph?
Yep.
Okay, so mover and seconder for that. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Okay, next file.
Yes, thank you and good morning. This file is a housekeeping amendment to both the Dysart official plan and zoning bylaw. At the meeting on July 26, council reviewed draft amendments. Subject to one minor change, council accepted the proposed amendments as written and directed staff to proceed to the public consultation process. As a reminder to council, the county cannot approve these amendments until they've completed their own official plan amendment process. My understanding is that they're going to be holding their public meeting in October and anticipate approval in November. Based on the status of the county process, staff are recommending deferral of this bylaws today until the county process is complete. I've updated the work plan, which is included on the agenda package today, and will continue to post information to the website for public review. So as per the work plan, this is the statutory public meeting required by the Planning Act. Following the public comment portion of today's meeting and the resulting discussion, staff will seek direction from council regarding the proposed amendments. In terms of next steps, if council would like to make changes to the proposed amendments after today's discussion, a resolution is provided to direct staff to make those changes and bring back a report for a second public meeting. If council is satisfied with the proposed amendments as written, a resolution is provided as well that would bring a bylaw forward at a future meeting once the county process has been completed. So moving on to the proposed amendments, the purpose and effect of the proposed amendments to the official plan is to update the policies relating to additional dwelling units, complete applications, and pre-consultation. These proposed amendments will strengthen the official plan policies in response to recent changes to the Planning Act, which were designed to provide a mix of housing options and densities while streamlining the planning approval process. The amendments to the zoning bylaw will incorporate provisions related to additional dwelling units. There's also provisions being proposed today to permit outdoor saunas, clarify the setback regulations related to docks and rafts, which were quite confusing. And lastly, to remove the minimum dwelling unit size in the rural and rural residential areas, which would permit smaller dwellings in those zones. For the benefit of the public and those in attendance who have not had a chance to review the amendments, I am going to go through the amendments one at a time today. So I do appreciate council's patience. The summary of amendments and redline versions of the official plan and zoning bylaw are included in the agenda and are on the website for those that wish to follow along. I have printed off copies for council today, and for those in attendance from the public, I believe there was a couple extra copies printed near the back. So if you have any questions during my review, please feel free to interrupt at any time. So just going through the amendments, I'm going to start with the official plan. Please refer to the table titled Summary of Revisions dated September 26, which outlines the proposed changes. The table also includes the relevant sections from the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement, and the County Official Plan for those who wish to do a bit more research. So starting with section 1.7 definitions, a definition is proposed for additional dwelling unit. This definition will direct users to the zoning bylaw where the formal definition will be located. Section 4.1.1 settlement pattern language is added to note that additional dwelling units are encouraged for intensification and redevelopment within the village and hamlets. Section 4.3.4 additional dwelling units, which was formerly secondary dwelling units. This is the section that includes the majority of the changes being proposed today. Essentially, the changes proposed are to replace the word secondary units with the updated language of additional dwelling units. One of the biggest changes to the section is to add language to permit additional dwelling units to be located in accessory buildings, whereas previously they were mostly permitted within the same building in the form of a duplex or a basement apartment. Additional dwelling units, it's proposed additional dwelling units will continue to be restricted in the waterfront areas. New language is proposed to note that additional dwelling units must be located on lots that have direct frontage on public roads, and that they can't be located within 300 meters of lake trout lakes that are classified as at capacity for additional development. Moving on to section 4.16.1, which is the section for dwellings per lot. It's replacing the word secondary unit with additional dwelling unit. Moving to section 7, which contains the provisions for Haliburton Village, the Haliburton Village Urban Policy Area. Section 7.11 and 7.12, which are the urban residential and suburban residential sections, replacing again the word secondary unit with additional dwelling units. Section 8 hamlet areas and section 14 rural areas, again for the residential uses that are permitted in those sections, we're replacing the word secondary unit with additional dwelling units. Finally, moving to section 17, where changes are proposed to the administration section of the official plan. Section 17.4.1 development applications. Language is proposed to clarify requirements for complete applications. This includes peer review of studies and obtaining comments from external agencies. Language is also proposed to clarify what applications require mandatory pre-consultation. In section 17.4.2 and 17.4.3, these are the sections for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Language is proposed to clarify requirements for complete applications. Section 17.4.4 and 17.4.5, similarly, these two sections are being updated to clarify requirements for complete applications, including peer review of studies and comments from relevant external agencies such as ministries, the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Natural Resources, or the County of Haliburton. So that's completes the review of the official plan amendments. It was a quick overview, but are there any questions from council before I proceed to the zoning bylaw amendment section?
Any questions? The only question I would have, if it's a rural lot, rural residential, and it meets all the requirements, why do we have pre-consultation? Why is that necessary if it meets all the conditions?
So the pre-consultation requirements, this is to clarify what applications are required. So if someone's coming in for a plan of subdivision, that's when we want pre-consultation. It's actually proven to speed up the process. So the pre-consultation process will outline, staff will provide a report that clarifies all the approvals needed, all the studies needed, the costs outlined for the processes. And during that process, we actually obtain comments from internal departments, as well as the County of Haliburton, so that we can provide the applicants all this information up front, so they know what they're getting into and know exactly what they have to submit with a complete application. Whereas without pre-consultation, typically they submit an application that's not complete, and there's many months of going back and forth trying to get them to provide enough information that we can give them accurate replies of what would be required. So it's been shown that this actually does speed up the process.
I totally agree on subdivisions, but I'm not sure on an individual lot where you have a house and you're adding another house. What the purpose is.
Oh, so I should, thank you, Mayor. Those are good comments. Pre-consultation is not required for additional dwelling units. So
Okay.
this is just to clarify what applications are being proposed. So currently the official plan says pre-consultation is only required for official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments. Staff are recommending an update, and I'm just going to go to the language in our official plan, but I think we are proposing to add site plan control and subdivisions to that section. So this, just to clarify, this does not update any requirements for pre-consultation for an additional dwelling unit. Those will be permitted as of right.
Okay, but that's important if we're going to move quickly here. Okay. So you want to do the general, is there any comments on that? Okay, do you want to do the general amendments then?
Yeah, so moving on to the amendments for the zoning bylaw. If you refer to the table titled Summary of Revisions dated September 2023, the table includes the existing provisions and the proposed revisions. Starting with section 2 definitions, section 2.28, 29, and 3.2 provide clarification that converted dwellings, duplex dwellings, and semi-detached dwellings contain a main dwelling unit as well as an additional dwelling unit. Section 2.36 is the new definition for additional dwelling units. Section 2.38 is a new definition for main dwelling unit to clarify the difference between the main unit and the accessory unit. Section 2.98 is an update to the definition of marine facility width. As you will see shortly, staff are proposing changes to the provisions to simplify the setbacks for docks and rafts, and that they are measured from a straight line projection of the side lot line. Over the years, we've received many comments and regarding the difficulty interpreting those provisions. So we want to simplify it for everybody. Section 2.15.1 is a new definition for outdoor sauna, which is a new use being proposed for the bylaw. Between sections 2 and 3 in the zoning bylaw are a series of illustrations designed to help users interpret the provisions of the zoning bylaw. Illustration number 5, which clarifies the setbacks for docks, is being updated to reflect that new straight line projection. Moving on to section 3, which is the general provisions section of the zoning bylaw. Section 3.1C is the new section being proposed to create provisions to guide construction of additional dwelling units. I will read out all 12 provisions for your review, and if you have any questions, let me know. So section 3.1C will note where an additional dwelling unit is a permitted use. Despite any provisions of the bylaw in it, it is a permitted use subject to the following requirements. An additional dwelling unit shall only be permitted on lots which permit a residential use other than an accessory residential use. So they're looking for permanent main residential uses as the primary use. An additional dwelling unit shall be developed in the form of a single-family dwelling, semi-detached dwelling, duplex dwelling, or converted dwelling on a lot which does not have full municipal water and sewage services. A maximum of one additional dwelling unit shall be permitted. On a lot which does not have full municipal water and sewage services, a well and septic report is required to accompany a building permit for the additional dwelling unit. An additional dwelling unit shall only be permitted on a lot with frontage on a fully maintained street. A minimum of one additional parking space shall be provided for the additional dwelling unit in accordance with section 3.2.2 of the zoning bylaw. Despite the provisions of the bylaw where an accessory building is an additional dwelling unit, the additional dwelling unit shall comply with the minimum lot line setbacks for the main dwelling. No part of an accessory dwelling unit shall be located within the front yard. An additional dwelling unit and its leaching bed shall not be permitted within 300 meters of a lake trout that is classified as at capacity for additional development. The maximum gross floor area of an additional dwelling unit shall not be greater than 75% of the gross floor area of the main dwelling unit. Two more, despite the provisions of the bylaw, no minimum floor area shall be required for an additional dwelling unit, except as required by the building or fire code. So there's no minimum ground floor area required. And lastly, an additional dwelling unit shall not be used as a short-term rental. I just would like to note, as per council direction, the provision regarding the additional dwelling unit to use the same entrance as the main use has been removed. Moving on, section 3.1D, marine facilities has been updated to clarify the setback measurements, that setback measurements are from a straight line projection of the side lot line. Section 3.1F, two-story accessory structures. Amendments have been made to this section to clarify that additional residential units are permitted on the second story of an accessory building and that they are not restricted to the 45 square meters like private cabins are. 3.1J rafts has been updated to clarify the setback measurements are from a straight line projection. Section 3.2.2 parking has been updated to clarify one additional parking space is required for each additional dwelling unit. Okay, moving on to section 5, which outlines in chart form the permitted uses and provisions specific to each zone. And this section 5 is the residential zone. Section 5.1 has been updated to reflect that additional dwelling units are permitted in the rural residential, suburban residential, and urban residential zones. You will note that they are not permitted in the waterfront residential zones. Section 5.1 has further been amended to permit outdoor saunas in all residential zones. Section 5.2 has been updated to clarify that only one additional dwelling unit is permitted per lot. Section 5.2 has been updated to remove the minimum dwelling unit area requirements for dwellings in the rural residential zone only. Moving on to section 9, which is the rural zone section of the zoning bylaw. Section 9.1 has been updated to permit additional dwelling units in the RU1 zone and RU2 zones. It has been further updated to permit outdoor saunas in all rural zones. The table in section 9.2 has been amended to separate the different rural zones. So I separated them into separate columns just to clarify intended uses. Section 9.2 has been updated to clarify that only one additional dwelling unit is permitted per lot. Section 9.2 has been further updated to remove the minimum dwelling unit area requirements in the rural zones. So that completes the review of the amendments. Thank you for your patience. As per the report, staff have provided justification and support for these changes in terms of consistency and conformity with the provincial policy framework. Notice of this, moving on to just public comments, notice of the meeting was provided in compliance with the Planning Act. As of the date of this report, we have received a few comments, so I'm going to go through them quickly too for council. Comments were received on September 1st from Carolyn and Marion Langdon, who own property on Peninsula Drive. They provided comments. Well, what is meant by proposed zoning provisions 3.1C8, which states that no part of an accessory structure shall be located in the front yard. How do you define front yard on a waterfront property? Regarding provision 3.1C9, which states that an additional dwelling unit and its leaching bed shall not be permitted within 300 meters of a lake trout lake. How did we come to include Lake Trout Lake as at capacity? Why not all lakes and why at capacity? Does the provisions apply to lots zoned suburban residential and urban residential that front on water? Does this provision still hold if a lot is serviced by municipal sewer? Regarding proposed provisions 3.1C12, which states that an additional dwelling unit shall not be used as a short-term rental. Are short-term rentals currently permitted in the residential areas? Comments were also received on September 22nd from Christine Legg, who owns property on Redstone Lake. She provided the following comments. I am requesting that the municipality of Dysart et al. Zoning bylaw and official plan be updated to reflect the definition for surface water feature, which will be included in the proposed provincial planning statement, which may come into effect in the fall. Ms. Legg provided the proposed definition and notes that it is proposed to include both permanent and intermittent streams instead of the wording stream channels. She is also requesting that the definitions for water body, high water mark, shorelands, and shoreline, as shown on her attachment, be replaced with more appropriate definitions to reflect the proposed provincial planning policy. Comments were received from on the 25th from Murray Parish. Mr. Parrish asked why there are proposed provisions to limit the size of an additional dwelling unit to 75% of the main dwelling. And comments were received on the 25th from Wendy Hampson, president of the Lake Kashagawigmog organization. And it's quite a lengthy submission. I believe Lance Payne is in attendance today from the LKO, and he may be here to present the comments to council. So I'm not going to summarize those right now. If Mr. Payne is not in attendance, we can come back and I can go through what they submitted. So thank you again. That completes the public comments received to date and my presentation. Prior to opening the meeting for public comments, because I believe there are a few people in attendance today, does council have any other questions?
So intermittent streams, does that mean the spring runoff after the snow melts and goes through a culvert and runs over the property? That's a pretty dangerous to start to recognize those. There's thousands of them. So I don't think we can go down that road, but anyway, otherwise we're going to have everybody shut down here. Any comments from council on?
Yeah, Jeff Lance is here.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I agree, Murray, we can't, like intermittent streams are, they're
They're
all,
everywhere.
yeah, exactly. I mean, they run all over the place. Our country's full of valleys and hills and it's impossible to regulate them.
Yeah, no, you couldn't.
A lot of the information we base our decisions off now are made off of M&R decisions anyway. So what a tributary is and everything else. So I think if we follow that, it'll keep it tidier. And that note.
Okay. Okay, so would you like to present?
Yes. Jeff, is this in relation to the additional
Okay, so Jeff, is this just for the additional dwelling question first or go through the whole submission?
Well, in my Actually, I don't think I updated the report. I did attach the submission to the report. So you can go through what you want. If there's certain sections you want me to summarize, I can. I thought you might summarize the entire thing.
Okay, and to do the issue on the wakeboard camp as well. That's what you're saying now?
Yep, you had submitted concerns with regards to both the additional dwelling units, as well as a camp located on Lake Kashagawigamog. Also some support for some of the provisions being proposed. So if you want to go through those, you can. If you miss anything, I'll try and chime in.
Okay, well, the first question was just on the additional dwelling, and possibly it's been clarified in other situations, but there is the 75% of the main dwelling with no maximum floor space. So we see from other jurisdictions that they are putting in place a maximum floor space. And again, we're not clear why this distinction or why this isn't clear. The idea is that, or the question was that if you have a very large dwelling existing 5,000 square feet, for example, and you were allowed 75%, it looks like you could put another 3,750 square foot property, assuming that all of the other bylaw requirements are in place. And that just seemed like quite a large or excessive floor space addition. So we were curious or why there was this distinction when, as I said, some of the other municipalities have put in the maximum floor space.
What sizes did you see in these other?
Well, Minden is 60 up to 1,000 square feet, right? So that's one. I think Carolyn had some other ones, but I don't have them in front of me. So that's the one that's close. Yeah, so it was 1,000 square feet was the one from Minden.
You had 5,000, you'd wonder why you need another 1,000, but anyway. Just a question.
Okay.
Just a comment.
Okay, and then the other questions were just, I mean, they're not specific to the additional dwelling. So there are situations where we're curious, the monitoring of the shoreline and how the septic system is impacting on the release of phosphorus into the water. I know that ULinks and other reports are monitoring this, but the question was for further development, and maybe this is again taking care of the setback in particular for Lake Kashagawigamog because it is a trout lake and it's at capacity in that situation. So there was that question or concern about how that would be addressed. Maybe Jeff, I'll let you just deal with the other ones that you saw coming out of the first part of that submission. And then I'll go into the wake boat question.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor, if I may, I'm just going to quickly look at the list here. They're pleased, they do support that additional dwelling units will not be permitted in the waterfront areas. They are pleased, they support that short-term rentals are not permitted for additional dwelling units. They agree that additional dwelling units should not be permitted within 300 meters of a lake trout lake that's at capacity. However, they strongly recommend that this restriction extend to all lakes at capacity, as well as all lots zoned suburban residential and urban residential that are located in the waterfront. So there are some lots located on Grass Lake, Head Lake. I believe there might be some within Eagle Lake and West Guilford as well. That are zoned urban residential or suburban residential that are actually waterfront lots. So the way that the policy is written today, that they would permit an additional dwelling unit on those lots. Lance mentioned the maximum floor area. They note that a considerable number of seasonal residences have been converted to full-time residences over the last few years, and they're concerned about the impact that this will have on the water quality of the lake. They outline some of the other factors that influence the development capacity of lakes. Thank you for your patience. I'm just kind of reading through their list here. They state that they think the Kashagawigmog and Grass Lake require special attention, that they're on a water system that adjoins an urban center. Has many cleared shorelines, minimum setbacks, and includes both suburban and urban residential properties. They think Dysart should restrict additional dwelling units within 300 meters of all lakes. And then Lance, I might turn this back over to you, where you note that the Lake Kashagawigmog residents have identified serious safety, environmental, and property damage concerns because of the operation of a wake surfing, wakeboarding camp.
Sure. Okay, so thank you for,
Does it really mean that you don't want any development within 300 meters on all lakes?
well, that's the question. It was just whether or not it has to be specifically for a lake trout lake capacity.
Yeah.
But that was the concern, that that barrier or that distance should be allowed for all lakes.
That's the only ones that have capacity, are the ones that have lake trout.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's pertinent or not. Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to present on an issue. Again, I'm here from the Lake Association. And this is in relation to a wake boat camp issue and a potential zoning bylaw or zoning provision amendment to address it. So I guess what we see from the official plan now and in section 2.1.2, the importance of the natural environment is that we understand that the many lakes are critical to the Halliburton or Dysart economy. So the issue, Lake Kashagawigmog is one of the largest lakes as far as length, but the concern is that most of the bays are 0.5 kilometers in width or less. And from some of the things that we've done at the Lake Association with our researchers, they have documented that due to the large extent of shallow and erodible areas and the lake narrowness, that Lake Kashagawigmog is vulnerable to disturbances, for example, from wake effects and changes along the shoreline. So the issue that we are concerned about is that the current zoning bylaw and the zone provisions for properties under the tourist commercial zone or the CT zone with a permitted use as a recreational camp do not have any checks on any of the activities that that camp has. So there are no checks or environmental follow-up in relation to or the residents of how this is affecting them or the environment. So what it appears at this time that at any time a camp can add any new activity, and those activities do not have any specifications around them, so they could last all day. And for example, for water-based activities, there are no checks on, for example, the number of boats that can be used. So currently there is a situation with a camp that that did not have a specific camp for wakeboarding or surfing as an activity. And then over the last year, they added one boat with periodic or occasional use. And now it's up to two boats running simultaneously for 6 hours per day, every day of the summer. And so for this year, it was for 9 weeks over the summer period. And the concern is that the camp is monopolizing many of the bays on the lake. The bigger concern is that this could be repeated for other CT zone properties with recreational camp use. And as I said, there are not any specific limitations around that. So what are really the concerns with the camp and how it operates and so forth? In this example, we know that wake surf waves are very large, so they can be up to 4 feet in height or higher. We know that 2 or more wake boats in a bay at the same time are compounding the activity of those waves. In lakes that are too narrow, the waves are not dissipating. So the point here, for example, with Kashagawigmog Lake, many of the bays, as I mentioned, are 0.5 kilometer in width. And with research and information from Wake Ski and Wakeboard Canada, they recommend at least 1,000 feet for the waves to dissipate. So there is not 2,000 feet across if the bay is only a half a kilometer in width. And then we have the resident concerns. So there's documented evidence, for example, of beach erosion, Slipper Beach, for example. We have photos over the last number of years to show the extensive beach erosion. A major concern with an activity that's running continuously is that there is water churn, and this is causing sediment resuspension, and that this has an impact on the aquatic life. And over time, there's concern that there's an increased risk for blue-green algae. I've talked to a number of people on the lake, and they're very concerned. They've had children on the dock, and they're not letting their children on the dock when the wake boat activity is occurring, because the suspending dock is bouncing up and down, and they're concerned about them falling in. Also, others have talked about, I come down the stairs and I can't get to my boat because the boat is, or the dock is bouncing up and down. The quality of life issue is around, you can't use the lake reasonably to swim or kayak or paddle boat. It's either you go in before 9 o'clock or you go after 4:30. And again, this is not acceptable to the residents. And there's the drone issue of the boats all day, which is very irritating to people sitting on the dock. There's property damage. So we've had reports about water pump repairs and so forth, and thousands of dollars, dock issues and mooring lines and so forth. So that's sort of the context of what the situation is today. And I just wanted to point out that this really is not a unique situation, because wake surfing has been recognized most recently by Transport Canada as a significant issue across Canada. And they are working on specifically regulations or a schedule that a municipality can apply for to limit time periods on the lake. So that can happen. And as of today, it is possible for any municipality to apply for a no tow restriction. The problem with that is it encompasses tubing and encompasses wake surfing or wake surfing and water skiing and so forth. So the idea is to separate out wake surfing as a separate schedule. But there are about 94 lakes and bodies of water right now across Canada, which have this specific no tow restriction. So this is not something that can't happen today. It's just as of probably early next year, Transport Canada will have a separate regulation for bodies of water where municipalities can apply for the no time restrictions on that particular body of water. So this is an option to apply to Transport Canada, but we want to look at some other options. And I think the council has received a number of letters from particular development areas, from individual residents, from LKO. I have had contact with about 100 people on the lake that have concerns about this particular camp, the example that I provided. And what LKO has done is that we've written numerous times over the last year to the camp to try to get a meeting to discuss the issues and how we might look at some options to adjust it. But there have been no response to those letters and follow-up. So what was proposed as another option today was to amend the zone provisions for recreational camps. And this would be to put in some specific specifications around hours per day or number of boats per site for a motorized boat activity. So I provided those, or we provided those in the submission that was sent in to Jeff. And I guess, why we feel this needs to be addressed is that, we want to preserve and protect the lakes, or, in relation to what you see as critical for the Haliburton economy, but it's also for the use of residents in the long term. So that's the issue. And as I said, we have provided, there's the Transport Canada option, which will have a separate schedule, but you can also apply today as a municipality for a no tone restriction, which covers all activities. Or the other idea is to work on this amendment under the zoning bylaw for. And again, this is commercial only targeted activity. It is not to restrict for all recreational use of wakeboarding or wake boats on the water.
So an individual could buy a wakeboard and there wouldn't be any rule for that.
No, this is only under the commercial, and that's, you know, we're all understanding that the waters, we like to use the waters as everyone wants to have access to use of it, but in a situation where there's continuous and use of a boats or boats in this situation, 2 boats simultaneous over the 6 hours per day, that's the issue.
Well, your observations are all correct. I used to live on Cache and I know about them. But the problem is, even if you get the no toll restrictions, who's going to enforce that? If we don't have the ability to enforce that.
Right, so we've been talking to as far as particular options, and we're also looking at you know, what's happening in Muskoka as well. So one of the options that through the OPP, this would be through the OPP and not to have particular OPP officers on the lake, but it's like the red light camera situation where you have video evidence that is provided from a resident to the OPP to enforce the fine. So that's really what Transport Canada has put forward as an example under certain circumstances that they know there aren't enough law enforcement officers to be on the lake all the time. So that's because of the red light camera situation. Officers do not sit at those intersections all the time, and they get video evidence, and that's what the fine is pursued on.
How far away did you say that the federal government was working on something? It's evidently brought forward. You said, I thought a minute ago about regulating wakeboard boats. You know where that's.
It's wake surfing right now.
Okay.
We asked them to expand in our response to that consultation to include wakeboarding as well. And as I said, today you could apply for all tow activities. So you could do it today, and it would mean that there would be no tow activity. But if you want, if a municipality were to include in a separate schedule, they're looking, Transport Canada said probably by the end of the year, early next year, that they would have a separate schedule for wake surfing. And I don't know whether they'll have a separate one for wakeboarding as well. But then the municipality, each municipality has to apply for those restrictions.
Okay, I asked that question because in relation to what Murray just asked, with no offense, if there's one particular camp that is doing a lot of cycles of wakeboard boats, you know, I could definitely echo your concerns on that. But the other problem is that say 20 other cottagers go out and buy wakeboard boats. Next thing you know, there's another 20 wakeboard boats on the lake, and it just because we fenced out one camp, then all of a sudden we haven't really dealt with the issue of other wakeboard boats on the lake. And I think that if we, you know, hearing your thoughts today, if we revisit this after the federal government puts down legislation, or even the no tow thing, I think if we had some time to look at that, would definitely give us a better encompassing way to handle it moving forward. Because if we fence out, you know, the commercial side, then it leaves the public open to do the same thing and in fact have the same impacts.
Okay, so 2 points. One of them is, I think the concern by the Lake Association, because there were a number of CT zone properties on the lake, that the problem is that any of those could take up this activity tomorrow and set up a camp. So that's part of the issue with the commercial focus, that, you know, we want, there's a question, why can't the next camp or CT zone property just beside this one or across the lake and so forth, take it up tomorrow and decide they want to implement camp? The issue of waiting, it's possible to wait, but you still have to, you can make a submission, you can start your submission today, and you have to apply by August 15th of a given year. So Transport Canada will take all submissions provided by next August, and then they will review them for implementation. As far as recreational use, I think the point is, we have done through the association and through the marinas and so forth, we've got pamphlets, we've got other educational initiatives. And we understand, individuals are going to be on the lake for a period of time. It's this continuous issue that is the concern for residents. So I don't think the idea is to stop, to stop wakeboarding or wake surfing. That's definitely not the objective. It's to better educate individuals that go out for a period of time and use them, but they're not, as I said, they're from 9 to 4 every day.
Well,
Yeah, what would happen if the camp restricted its hours? Like, you're saying they're on the water for 6 hours. Let's say they're saying that they're on the lake for 4 hours. What would happen if there was some rule put in place where they're only allowed to be wakeboarding from the camp a certain number of hours a day?
Well, that's the proposal that we put forward. I mean, that it's a one boat per site and it's a limited number of hours per day. And that allows residents, and it would have to be posted so that, for example, residents knew, there are all kinds of other pieces, but yeah, the idea is to understand what are some other ways to approach this so that residents can enjoy the lake and there's not the same safety issues and environmental concerns over time.
I think it'd be great if we could come to an agreement with the cottagers and the camps that are wakeboarding, that they have the same amount of time on the lake. Whether it's an hour a day or 2 hours a day, or I don't know how you're gonna time that, how you're gonna police that, but I just wish that this could be resolved with some really serious, and I know that you've reached out to the camp, I understand that.
Yes.
But we do have a long time before June 1st. And I'd like to see us try to get both parties together and try to resolve this in a way where cottagers especially are going to be happy, but also the camp's going to be able to operate their business. I mean, I don't know whether we can start regulating hours on the lake for just strictly the camp and not for the cottagers. I don't really know those rules, but I really hope that we can bring both parties together and communicate. Thank you.
I fully agree. We like to have some communication back and forth. I just refer back to Jeff though, on the zone provisions. I guess we see that there are, zone provisions for particular permitted uses. So I guess that's how we thought that this could be incorporated into the zoning bylaw. So there are other permitted uses that have these already.
probably the nicest beach on Cache is gone, virtually gone.
Slipper
Now-
Beach, yes.
And like Wayne back there and I used to use Silver Beach, that was where we went to swim for kids. So it's kind of a shame, it's gone now, basically, and it's washing the trees on the side of the road.
Correct.
They're gonna start falling in the lake,
Falling in.
but I don't think, if it's 1,000 feet, I don't think they'd even be able to wakeboard on small Cache.
No, that's the question. If it were using the research and the water ski and waterboarding association, that's what they recommend for wake
But there's no
Participate.
regulation.
Not today. Minnesota and some of the US states are looking at certainly increasing it. They have regulations in place up to 500 feet now in Minnesota. So that's one.
That's one.
So there are other jurisdictions that have a much wider distance in place.
It's definitely an issue and we'll have to look at it closely.
Okay.
How could we get the two sides to how could we help do that? I don't know, is there any way we can, or?
Knowing the individuals, I don't think he will. But he bought the second one, the second wakeboard.
Yes, it's increased this over the last, at the end of last year, I guess the two boats came into place, so.
I think he has been spoken to by council here.
Yes, well, thank you for the efforts to
Yeah.
try to,
We made the effort, but it didn't work, so. Anyway, I think we'll take another look at this for sure.
okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council or the public? Okay. So this, I guess this concludes that section, right? Yeah.
Correct. Unless council had any other questions about public comments, or if there was anybody else in attendance today that wished to speak to this file.
Jeff, in terms of the accessory building, there was an indication that, was it one single driveway or two driveways or both? Was it pretty articulate there? Is it? Like, is it mandatory to have two driveways for an accessory, your accessory dwelling?
It's not mandatory. They could use one or two. So as directed by council last month, staff removed that provision that said they had to use the same driveway. So it's now open to use the same one or use a separate driveway.
Okay. On my own comments in the square footage per percentage, I feel if, if you have 100 acres, why not? If it's, if it's regulated in that fashion, I don't have a problem with having a bigger building on that note. So.
Okay, that's a good comment. Any other comments from council? Yes. Tammy, did you have one?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, sorry.
Yes, thank you. And just in response to Councillor Casey's comments there in terms of the 75% rule. The way the policy is written, there's nothing preventing the existing dwelling from becoming the second unit and the new one they build from becoming the main unit. So the second one doesn't necessarily have to be 75% smaller. It's just one of them whatever one they designate as the second unit has to be 75% smaller than the one they use as the main unit. The main unit also has to be located beside or in front of the secondary unit. So there are provisions, but as you said, on large lots, there is flexibility in the way things are worded that they can build something larger, even if there is a small existing building.
Satisfy you, Pat?
That's great. Jeff gives a lot of options there if the lot doesn't pertain to the first one.
Okay.
A question? Jeff, how would we make it applicable that it's for long-term rental? How did we follow that up, or how do we police that, for lack of a better word?
Well, currently our zoning bylaw doesn't really restrict long-term or short-term rentals. The way the municipality has always interpreted the zoning bylaw is as long as the use of the property complies with the permitted uses in the zone, then it's okay. So for instance, on a waterfront property, they're permitted a seasonal dwelling. And the definition of dwelling unit, the definition of dwelling, those are the types of things we're looking at to make sure it complies. So the dwelling unit basically says that the use of the property has to be used by one family as one housekeeping unit. So as whether it was rented for the weekend or for 6 months, as long as only one family was staying there, it complied with our policies. So the county's coming out with new and maybe Walter or Murray could chime in here, but they're coming out with a short-term rental bylaw, which provides a definition of short-term rental, which is, I believe, anything 28 days or less. So that's what would be restricted for additional dwelling units. The intent for the additional dwelling units from the provincial government is that these are to be used for permanent housing and not short-term rentals. Long-term rentals, as per your question, is not regulated, so they would be permitted for long-term rentals, anything over 28 days.
Would there be anywhere in our application to say that that is the intended use, so that we have some recourse if it changes, that they're renting it for a week at a time?
Well, it would be a zoning bylaw infraction. So the last provision in section 3.1C as proposed says that says that additional dwelling units cannot be used for short-term rental purposes. So if someone is renting it out for anything less than 28 days, there would be a zoning bylaw infraction. And my understanding is that there would also be an infraction to the short-term rental bylaw at the county. So that
Yeah,
there would be ways to police that.
they wouldn't get licensed, so when part of their application process would be verifying they're in the correct zoning to be able to have that. So I think that would be picked up at that time and they wouldn't get licensed, and then if they were still found to be advertising, then they'd be in non-compliance there and have different penalties. So I think it's covered.
Okay, Nancy? Okay. Is that it then? Okay, so we have resolution, yeah?
So as I mentioned, staff are recommending deferral. I have provided two resolutions today. The one, so it depends how council wants to proceed. If council's satisfied with the language or as with the provisions as proposed today, there is one set of resolutions. If council wants to make some changes and wants staff to come back to another public meeting, there's another set of resolutions. So I guess I'm looking for a bit of council direction first on how you want to proceed, so that I could read the appropriate resolution.
Well,
Yeah, I'd like to see the second choice there.
also there's I think there's 60 recommendations again from the province. And we were to select 5 that we're in favor of implementing.
That's on the end of the agenda.
And that's at the end of the agenda, but there's so many changes happening that I think we probably should let it go till we see what the county does. And so I think we should defer it. We've deferred everything else this morning, so why not this? So that's your second resolution, Jeff?
Sure.
Everybody okay with that? Yeah, okay.
So the second resolution, be it resolved that the report for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment of the municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And that council, based upon the public comments received, recommends deferral of the proposal. Of the proposed bylaw to adopt the official plan amendment number 3 and the proposed bylaw for the zoning bylaw amendment, and direct staff to update the bylaw as directed by council.
Okay, mover and seconder, Tammy and Pat, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, so now we'll adjourn to regular council.
Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 10:12 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council.
Mover and seconder, Pat and Walt, in favor? Carried, thank you. So I think we'll have a 10-minute break and allow people to move, and we'll start the regular meeting. 2:25. This will be dealing with the planning issues that we had this morning, just formalize them. Okay. They're still not on the screen. I think we could probably start with that first one. It's just a deferral anyway. They all are. So, okay. Okay, Jeff, they're all deferred anyway, are they not?
Correct. Well, the recommendations are to defer them. I do think it's important to go through them one at a time, just so that we can can pass those resolutions and see if there's any other outstanding questions.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so this first one is for Dando, I believe.
Yep.
So be it resolved that council deferred the bylaw 2023-76 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Dando, which consists of part lot 6, concession 8, lot 26, plan 621 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property from waterfront residential type 4 WR4L zone to waterfront type 4L-9 WR4L-9 exception zone, be read first, second, third. So I think, yeah, so we're just deferring that one then.
Any discussion on that? Okay, we've had the discussion then, so resolution. Are you doing the resolution? No, are we doing?
I don't know if Tamara, do you have a resolution prepared, or like I
No.
just read out?
No, I don't have any on this.
We're gonna have the same situation on the next two.
I'll move the resolution that Chris just read.
Yeah, so the resolution I read was to defer it. I don't know if we need anything else. I'm not I'm not a clerk, so I'm not sure on the wording for deferring it, but I believe that the wording that I used to defer it would be correct, that be it resolved that council deferred this bylaw.
Okay, we can do, we'll use that anyway. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, the lands of Nathan Petrini.
That's correct. If council has no further comments, then I can read the resolution for this one.
Okay.
So be it resolved that council defers bylaw 2023-85 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Petrini, which consists of lots 11 and 12, concession 9, parts 2, 4, and 5, plans 19R 10613 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone of the subject property from general industrial M zone and environmental protection EP zone to general industrial M zone and environmental protection zone in order to accurately delineate the environmental protection zone on the subject property, and that council directs staff to recirculate the application to include the reduced exterior side yard setback, and for staff to return to the October 24th, 2023 council meeting with the amended bylaw.
Okay, so, and that's just a clarification, so I have a mover and seconder for that. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, I guess that's you, Jeff.
Yes, thank you, Barry. I suppose I'm just looking for a little bit of direction. So we just went through planning A and B. Do you want me to jump to E, which was the one we discussed this morning?
Yes.
Okay. So following up on the public meeting this morning, council recommended that the file be deferred and direct staff to make changes. So I just want to get council direction. Was there any specific changes they're requesting to make to the policy or the proposed amendments, or are they just looking for this to be deferred until the county's completed their process?
Well, in my opinion, we're looking for the county to confirm what they're doing. And maybe there's going to be more changes, I think, by the province in the next month or so. So they're asking for a response early in October.
I think this is maybe separate, though. I think,
Well, it could be, but it
Jeff,
could
can
affect
you-
this. Some of the stuff I read would affect this. 60 submissions.
It is possible. There are, sorry if I may, sorry for interrupting. There is some proposed changes coming down the pipe. so that we could delay this official plan amendment until those policies come into effect, if that's what council would like to.
The problem with that is the county won't see those in time to pass theirs, so they'd have to do it too. Well, anyway. Well, what do we want to do here? Defer it for a month, I guess not gonna hurt.
My own opinion, Maria, I think we should defer it for 1 month, and also Jeff will talk about the gazebo issue we just talked about a bit ago.
Yeah, Jeff, like where would something like that fit in? Where with the now in this?
Well, so the current, and this goes back to the comments by the mayor as well. The current process today basically is a housekeeping amendment designed to update specific items that have been identified as high priority. So trying to permit additional dwelling units, trying to permit smaller dwellings. So if council wishes to update this process to add new amendments such as the gazebos, we can do that. We will have to take a step back and recirculate for another public meeting. I also question whether this perhaps should be done as a separate amendment, just due to the complexity of the proposed change being proposed by council. I could see there being a delayed approval process to get that into our official plan, which would delay the implementation of additional dwelling units and smaller dwellings. It's completely possible that staff could have a separate amendment going on that wouldn't delay the implementation of these dwelling units.
That's good to hear, Jeff. The other thing I want to make mention is if we don't know how long it's going to take for the county to rake through these new policies that you're talking about, Maureen. I don't want to myself, I'd like not to see anything stall the
No.
economy or building or whatever we got to do to get this done. A fork in the road for gazebos or accessory dwellings, whatever we got to do to get the accessory dwellings underway. And if we can make amendments to it, if we can, Jeff, as we go along, I think there'd be benefit for everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, so the county council noted that they were holding their public meeting in October. And speaking to their director of planning, I believe they anticipate that their changes will be approved in November. So as soon as those are approved, we can make application to the county to approve our amendments to implement the additional dwelling units and the smaller dwelling unit sizes. But it's completely up to council if we want to take a step back to look at the gazebos as part of this process. As I mentioned, there would need to be a recirculation, likely consultation with stakeholders such as lake associations, the Home Builders Association, environmental groups, as well as the county, who would be the approval authority for that change.
That's probably going to hold up what you're saying, Pat.
So you're saying go ahead with what we're doing if council's comfortable with it and focus on this stuff and then bring back
I
separate.
think there's going to be penalties from the province if we don't move quickly on.
No, let's go ahead with the thing, as long as we can bring it up
Sure,
the other
it's-
later
it's-
again,
it's
that's
a
fine.
separate- We
Yep.
can bring it up for sure.
Yep.
We can bring it up next month if you want it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So have you got a resolution? Any more discussion? Have you got a resolution? Okay.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. And just prior to proceeding to a resolution, did council have any question or want to discuss any of the public comments received today? Sorry, I'm just going to go back to that table. Was there anything specific that you wanted to change based on the discussions this morning, or?
Well, Jeff, just so I understand, so are you going to will you answer these people's comments then, or how does that work?
I can do that. I can come back for a public meeting next month and address these comments as best as I can. I can also address them right now as best I can if you like.
I wouldn't mind hearing them now.
I would like to hear them now. Yeah, that sounds like it would just speed things along here a little bit if we did it now, wouldn't it?
Okay, I can try and do that. So, and this may take a second, but so going back to the comments from Mr. and Mrs. Langdon, they were referring to the proposed provision that states that an accessory or sorry, an additional dwelling unit can't be located in the front yard. They're wondering how that was defined. So the front yard is a defined term in the zoning bylaw. It's defined as all of the lot between the front lot line and the main building setback. So for waterfront lots, the front lot line is the shoreline. For non-waterfront lots, it's the lot line abutting the street or the shortest lot line abutting the street. She asked questions about the provisions regarding 300 meters from lake trout lakes that are at capacity. She asked, how did we come up with to include the lake trout lakes that are at capacity? And so this policy aligns with the proposal of the County of Haliburton policies. So in their proposed official plan amendment, they are also recommending that no additional dwelling units be permitted within 300 meters of lake trout lakes at capacity. So that's where that came from. They asked about, will this provision apply to lots zoned RS, suburban residential or urban residential that front on the water? And you know what, I thought this was interesting and I went back and looked at it because I wanted to see how many lots were impacted by that. So there are, as I mentioned this morning, properties located within the villages and hamlets that are not zoned waterfront residential type 4 or type 5. So they are zoned suburban residential or urban residential and located on the front of a lake, such as Head Lake, Grass Lake, Pine Lake. So as I mentioned in reviewing that, there's 10 properties in the hamlet of West Guildford. I believe that's split between Pine Lake and Green Lake. There's 4 in the hamlet of Eagle Lake, right on Eagle Lake, 26 properties on Head Lake. And those are mostly along the shores of, I guess, be the northwestern shores and through Halbium and maybe along Museum. And then there was an additional 23 more on Grass Lake that were not connected to the sewer or not within 300 meters of a lake trout lake at capacity. So there's quite a few properties on Peninsula Drive that are zoned, I believe, suburban residential, but they're all located within 300 meters of a lake trout lake at capacity. So they wouldn't be allowed these additional dwelling units. But there are some along County Road 21. Actually, sorry, those ones are connected to sewer. The ones on Grass Lake would be the ones on Grass Lake Road near Stuart Baker School. So it's hard to say how to proceed here. These additional units are located in settlement areas where growth is supposed to be directed and where housing is needed. But it is quite possible that there could be potential adverse effects from second units on these properties. So it's really up to council how they want to proceed there.
Jeff, just to interrupt you there, are those lots, you know, that we talked about percentages in square footage? I don't even know if those lots could handle another accessory dwelling anyway, number one. And number two, I think there's a separate conversation with, you know, the lot being hooked up to town sewer. Because really that's the impact that we're worried about is phosphorus contamination and loading in the lakes. But anyway, just 2 items to think about there.
Yeah, the numbers provided, I did not include the ones that were connected to sewer. But you do make a good point. A lot of the existing lots in the villages and hamlets are smaller lots. So if they were allowed to have a secondary dwelling unit, or sorry, an additional dwelling unit, it would be capped at 75% and it would be restricted by the small lot sizes. It should be noted that there is no minimum size, so they could still construct one 200 square feet if it fits and meets lot coverage requirements.
Yes, but also too, they have to have septic capacity for that newer dwelling, right? Which if they're tight lot, you're going to have that 100-foot setback anyway from the water line. It's again, just another.
Yes, they would have to either provide proof that the existing septic has the capacity or update their septic or build a new one. And they would also have to provide either pumping tests or something to provide that there's sufficient water to service both the additional and the main dwelling unit.
So what zone were they in then? What zone again were they in?
Suburban residential, urban and the urban residential zones. So what
Why
they're
don't we just include them if they're in the waterfront zone. If they're in the waterfront zone, they're not allowed to do it. Wouldn't that cover it?
Yeah, we could put a footnote that if located, if a water having frontage on a lake that we can come up with a provision, but if they have frontage on a
Agree with
lake,
that. I think they're pretty small lots, a lot of them.
yep, I can come back with something there.
Okay.
Jeff, do you know how many are not small lots out of those 60, out of those 60 lots? Which ones would be affected from all the other restrictions that say they're 10 acres or something?
Not in that area.
Okay, so this would abide by all of the ones that he just mentioned.
Yeah.
So there
No.
shouldn't be a problem.
In the West Guilford area, I think I'm thinking of a couple of pieces of property that have waterfront, but they're likely 100 acres.
That's what
Well,
I'm
if
questioning.
We could separate those out maybe, because there
Yeah.
can't be very many of them.
No, but there would be a few. I don't know if you know where I'm talking about, Marie, or not, but yeah, there would be. I don't know if they're over such and such a size, can
Yeah,
they
you could
be,
put
Mhm.
something like that in.
how about?
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And if I may, as suggested by the LKO as well as Mr. and Mrs. Langdon, they're recommending something that just says that that additional dwelling units are not permitted on waterfront properties at all. So we could come up with some way of implementing that if that's what council's direction is.
If they're large lots. Yeah, there'd be an exception.
Sorry, excuse me, Mary, you would want to permit them on large lots?
1,000 feet of frontage. Maybe that's different than 100 feet. That's what the council are getting to.
I could look at something maybe if there's a certain lot area, minimum lot area that they would be permitted if that's what council's looking at.
And they're not lake trout lakes, right?
Well, if the Lake Trout Lake's not at capacity, they do permit additional dwelling units as long as it's not within 300 meters of a lake trout lake at capacity. So Head Lake's not a lake trout lake.
Grass Lake wouldn't be, but Pine Lake wouldn't be.
I have a list right in front of me. I just, the one I'm questioning here is Eagle Lake, because I believe it is.
It is a lake trout lake.
And it is at capacity for development too, actually. So within the ones in Eagle Lake wouldn't be allowed to anyways, because they're within 300 meters of a lake trout lake.
So there's just the two, I think, where Barry was talking there, maybe two or three.
Okay, well, I can come back to a public meeting next month and kind of outline more information on this, and I can look at maybe minimum lot size requirements or frontage requirements to allow an additional dwelling unit. But I don't think there's any really large lots. I know you mentioned some Councillor Boyce, but I don't think they fall within the hamlet areas.
Possibly, Jeff, yeah, I don't know for sure.
So
I was
maybe
just
it's not
kind
an
of,
issue.
it might not be an issue. I just know that there is a couple that have some fairly large acreage and they do have lake frontage too, I think, but maybe I'm wrong.
So I can look at that as well.
Okay,
So going back to Mr. and Mrs. Langdon's third question, she asked, does those provisions still hold up if the lot is serviced by sewer? So the provisions do note that if sewer is available, they must connect to sewer. Sewer connection does not permit additional dwelling units on lots within 300 meters of a lake trout lake at capacity. So I guess it doesn't really pertain to sewer. If they have the servicing available, they are allowed to have an additional dwelling unit.
they are.
Yeah, so you can have an additional dwelling unit on both septic or sewer.
Okay. Okay, I guess we're going to move to the next one.
So she says regarding provisions, which states that they can't be used for short-term rentals. Are short-term rentals currently permitted in the bylaw? So I did cover this morning. The short-term rentals aren't clearly or specifically regulated in our current policies. What it does say is, the way we've always interpreted it is as long as the use of the property complies with the permitted uses. So as long as there's only one family using that property as a single housekeeping unit, we have interpreted it that it complies with the definition of dwelling unit. So if that's it, moving on to the comments from Mrs. Legg, where she talks about adding the definition for a surface water feature that is proposed to be included in the provincial planning statement. So there's a couple of points I want to make about, she also asks about intermittent streams and updating definitions for water body, high water marks, shorelands, and shoreline. So I do have a couple comments there. As mentioned, today it's designed to be a current, just a housekeeping amendment to update those items that are identified as high priority. This is not a comprehensive review of our official plan to make sure it ensures with all provincial planning policies. And in addition, the proposed provincial planning statement still has not come into effect. It's designed to combine our existing provincial sorry, I got a tongue twister, our existing provincial policy statement and a place to grow plan. So the provincial planning statement will combine those, but it has not yet come into effect. So it may be appropriate to wait for the proposed provincial planning statement to come into effect before considering updating our policies to include any regulations from that proposed policy.
I don't know, this has been an ongoing issue every time we do an amendment here, so. Some of these things you just can't do, or you're gonna stop everything here. There's not many places that the culvert doesn't cross each driveway. Well, there's water there in the spring, or heavy rain, so I don't know whether we should consider that or not. There. Yeah, Jeff?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, sorry, I didn't, I thought I might have heard something. Yeah, if I may, I just want to outline our current process. So staff are not qualified to differentiate between an intermittent stream and runoff. Our internal process is to determine what are considered water bodies. And as Councillor Casey mentioned this morning, is we rely on the information and data provided by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So if the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry includes a stream, even if it is an intermittent stream, on our data, we do apply a water setback to that water body feature. But if staff are just inspecting a property for a building permit, I think it would be hard for staff to determine whether that was runoff in the spring or an intermittent stream.
And sorry, Jeff, I can just continue with that. And a lot of times when it comes to developments or applications, if something comes into question, then we typically have that addressed through a environmental consultant as well, to verify those type of things.
I think we should stay out of the intermittent stream or runoff or thunderstorm or whatever and go with the M&R's information. They're the ones that have done it for years and have the science, and it's in your, I think it's in your maps and everything as you mentioned. So, you know, why would we reinvent the wheel and put more onus on us in that regard and hold things up based on interpretation of two different people on that note when they've already got it set up?
Well, I think your answer's good there, Jeff.
Okay, so moving on, Mr. Parrish asked about the 75% additional dwelling unit size ratio compared to a main dwelling unit. As explained this morning, there's the policy as proposed is flexible in that regard. It basically just says that there is a main unit and there is an additional dwelling unit. It doesn't necessarily say that the existing unit is the main unit and the new one that's being built is the additional unit. So if they wanted to go larger than the existing one and they had the space on the property and they had the the servicing capabilities. There's ways to do it. They would just have to designate the new one as the main unit and the existing one as the secondary unit.
I think that's a good answer. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to the comments from the LKO. You touched on the lots that are zoned suburban residential and urban residential. So I can go back and take a look at that. They did outline that some other jurisdictions have capped the gross floor area of the additional dwelling units at, say, 1,000 square feet. Is this something that council's interested in doing?
Again, well, I mentioned earlier, Jeff, like if I don't think there's I don't think it's necessary for that, especially if you own a big lot. You know, you should be able to build whatever you want on it, if that's the case.
If council's fine with that, I can move on. The
So-
next one,
You just did what you just finished talking about on the last issue. If you built the second unit bigger than the first, and the first one exceeded 1,000 square feet, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Mhm. Yep.
Right? Right?
Yep, that's correct. The second one, no matter what, would be limited to 1,000 unless the existing one was under 1,000, then the new one could be at whatever size, but one of them would have to be under 1,000 square feet.
Okay with that? Yeah, okay.
So moving on, they talked about that we should restrict additional dwelling units within 300 meters of all types of lakes. And I think council, this is something that I'm kind of going back to look at in terms of the urban residential and suburban residential. So I can go back and look at that. And the last one that I think that to touch on from the LKO is the wakeboard boats. I'm not sure how council wants to proceed there. Again, I think this is a specific housekeeping process. To open it up to big changes might slow this process down, but if it's something council wants to update, we can include it in a separate process with some of the other amendments that council wants to consider.
I think probably we want to reconsider it in a separate process because we want to look at that, whatever that toll thing that he said was. And waiting for federal legislation. To see what comes out of here over the winter. We're not gonna, it's not gonna harm, no, there isn't gonna be much activity from now on, hockey school's over. So I think we got some time with that, but I would advise them that we're gonna look at it for sure. Council, good with that?
Yeah, I think maybe he should be advised that these regulations from the federal government are coming down and it could be very serious. So, you know, might get them together a little bit
Yeah.
quicker if he knew
Yeah.
this was, and maybe he does know, I don't know, but.
Yeah, we can try that for sure.
Okay, so that was all that was received. Is there anything else that council has questions or comments about before I go back to the drawing board?
Questions or concerns? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I said one comment, just related to the lakes. If there's something down the road that, you know, lake associations or certain lakes want to implement certain policies that appear to, you know, people agree to on that lake, then there is in our official plan 16.2 lake plans that they can apply for to, they would just have to do like an official plan amendment and then have the methodology and everything behind those lake plans of what they want to implement into the official plan. So that's always an option down the road for specific lakes if there's certain things that they would look to want to implement.
We could have a different plan for every lake.
It's I've seen it in other jurisdictions that's happened. Yeah,
At least the options there. That's good.
correct.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I don't want to dwell on the wakeboarding issue, but I have been involved in it quite a bit, and I am really trying hard to get both parties together, and I'm really gonna work on that here in the fall here. And I'll make sure that council is aware, if anybody else wants to come to the meeting, I'll let you know, but I really hope we can get both parties together. So we can try to resolve something here, let them, like you said, Transport Canada's got some ideas that maybe the people don't know about. And, I just wish this thing would be resolved in a more amicable way that both parties are happy. So it's definitely a big monster. Thank you.
I'm just unsure why the camp can't use the big part of the lake rather than up and down through the narrows here, because it is all day and it's very loud. Like you can't go out on a paddle board or in a kayak during those hours.
You
So
can't
it's
even
it's
stand on
restricting.
the dock.
Pardon?
You can't even stand on some of the docks that's bouncing you up 4 feet.
No, so I mean, it really is something that it's not just cottagers, it's all long-term residents along a lot of these narrow roads down Wonderland and Wingamog, and it is not very nice. It's like listening to the powerboat races 5 days a week.
Unfortunately, we don't have control yet, so do what we can do. But okay,
I'd just like to comment on that. I know what you're saying there, Nance, and I've talked to both parties, and there's conflicting times when they're saying the boats are running. So one party's saying they're running this time, another party's saying that they're running this time. So I'd really love to get them all in the same room and let them duke it out, and we'll figure out who's telling the truth or whatever. But they're saying that they're using the larger lake portion of the lake for the surfing, which causes a lot of the swales. So I'll definitely keep council informed if I am lucky enough to organize a meeting. Thank you.
well, I know they've certainly done a lot of damage to Silver Beach and the road where Nathan lived. For sure. Okay, okay, I guess we're good then, Jeff. It sounds like there's no other comments.
Would you like me to read the resolution?
Yeah,
Be it resolved that council defers bylaw 2023 draft, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 3, an amendment to the municipality of Dysart et al. Official plan, and direct staff to amend the proposed bylaw as directed by council and return to the next public meeting. And further be it resolved that council defers bylaw 2023 draft, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2005-120, and direct staff to amend the proposed bylaw as directed by council and return to the next public meeting.
okay. Mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff and Chris. So we got a resolution to go back to council.
We're in council.
Yeah.
Okay. So we jumped a bit on the agenda, I think.
Yeah, we did.
That's what got me confused.
Did we want to go back and do C and D, or did you want to do the other departments?
Keep going with planning.
Yeah, we
What do you
might
say?
as well keep going while we've got you there.
Okay, we'll try and go quickly.
This is C and D in the regular agenda. Harbor Holdings.
Sorry, we were just jumping everywhere. So C is for Harbor Holdings. So the applicant had recently submitted a letter to council on July 25th, 2023, to the municipal at the municipal council meeting, requesting that council consider the zoning amendment. The official plan amendment received approval by the County of Haliburton on April 26, 2023, but is currently being appealed. The applicant cited that if council passes the zoning bylaw and it too is appealed, then Harbor and Holding Limited would seek to have the appeal consolidated with the OPA appeal and process at the same time rather than two separate appeals. The zoning bylaw amendment was first presented to council during their September 29th, 2022 special public meeting that included a staff report outlining the proposed zoning request. During the September 29th, 2022 meeting, council recommended that the draft zoning amendment bylaw be approved in principle and direct staff to return with the bylaw upon approval of the concurrent OPA amendment number 1. In addition, during the September 29th, 2022 public meeting, concerns raised by the neighboring property owner, the Halliburton Vet Services, regarding potential negative impacts during water pumping tests on their well. Considering the discussion between the property owner and Harbor Holdings, the zoning bylaw has now been modified to include the following into the holding provision. The County of Halliburton has given certificates of consent such that lot has been created and registered corresponding to their corresponding zones combined. An agreement has been executed for the northern 2 lots provided to the municipality and registered on title within 60 days of the registration of the lot between the developer and the owner of 1014 Peninsula Road to ensure that the water system will not adversely affect the quantity and quality of the existing water supply at that location. All amendments to the draft bylaw are highlighted in the attached bylaw 2023-87 attached for council's consideration. A letter was provided by Weir Folds on behalf of the Halliburton Veterinarian Services. The letter expresses their support for the proposed modification to the official plan amendment number 1, which came about through discussions between the client and the applicant. The intent of the modification, as noted, is to create a special policy area within the Dysart et al. Official plan to ensure that the applicant and future owners of the subject lands prove adequate drinking water without impact to neighboring properties prior to development. It is their position that any proposed development would not negatively impact the water quantity and quality with respect to its lands at 1014 Peninsula Road. And the bylaw and all additional information was provided in the report. So if council has any questions, I'm happy to answer. And I believe that the consultant is also in attendance to address any questions.
He's not, I don't think he's here. Yes, he is. You're so small, Tony, I didn't see you. Do you have any comments at this point, or? I know what you're trying to do here. It makes sense. You see them both at once. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Fury and council. Nice to join you in person. All I'm going to say is we're happy with staff's report. We are fully in support of the bylaw with the changes and hope that council will go with staff's recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Being none. You're good. Okay, so we need a resolution on that.
That's correct. So be it resolved that bylaw 2023-87, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Harbor Holdings, which would change the zone on the subject property from rural residential type 1 RU1 zone and EP, so the environmental protection EP zone, to suburban residential -5 H-RS-5 exception zone with holding provisions, suburban residential -6 H-RS-6 exception zone with holding provisions, suburban residential 7, which is the H-RS-7 exception zone with holding provisions, highway commercial -36, so that'll have a holding provision of H-CH-36 zone with holding provisions, and environmental protection -1 H-EP-1 exception zone with holding provisions in order to permit medium density residential and mixed use commercial on the subject property be read first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, need a resolution then. Walt and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, then we're on to the Hot Pond.
Correct. So this is for the Hot Pond D00-SV, for the zoning application, which is for the zoning amendment was first presented to council during their April 25th, 2022 public meeting that included a staff report outlining the proposed zoning request. During the April 25th, 2023 meeting, council had approved in principle the zoning bylaw and directed staff to return to council once the concurrent official plan amendment was approved by the county. The official plan amendment number 2 was approved by the county on August 16th, 2023. There were no appeals to the proposed official plan amendment number 2. Given the above, the zoning bylaw amendment that was approved in principle by the municipal council on April 25th, 2023 is attached for council's approval, and that concludes staff summary.
And everybody knows that's the property across from Search. Mr. Carson here. He's not.
I don't believe so.
I don't think he needs to be, but. He was. No. Well. Did he know roughly what time or? I guess he couldn't. Anyway, it'd be earlier. Well, I think we're all good with that anyway, are we not? Now, finally, some residential development happening, which we need to do. Are there any comments? You've read it, so. Okay, so.
So I can read the resolution. So be it resolved that the bylaw 2023-47 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Hot Pond Enterprises Corp., which would change the zone on the subject property from general commercial -4 C-4 exception zone, general commercial -4, so it'd be H-C-4 exception zone withholding provision, and urban residential type 1 R1 zone to urban residential type 3-15 H-R3-15 exception zone withholding provision in order to permit the medium density residential on the subject property be read first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, heard the resolution, moved by Pat, seconded by Barry. All in favor? Thanks. Sorry, Nancy, you might have had your hand up and I missed you there. Okay. Okay, so that's it for planning then?
No, we still have some more to go.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Would you like us to try and complete the rest of the planning agenda? We can try and move through it quickly if
Well,
we'd
okay,
like.
if we can, sure. Might as well finish it while you're on the screen.
Thank you. So we did do item E, which was the municipal official plan amendment. So moving on to 2F, bylaw 2023-86 is a road closing bylaw in front of the lands of Russell and Dangle on Loon Lake, and subject to any council direction, staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Any comments on that? Recommended. Doesn't seem to be any issues with it, does there? Okay, so resolution then? Do we have those resolutions? No, it's up there.
Oh, I can read that. I'm sorry. Be it resolved that council approves bylaw 2023-86, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 7, concession 1, in the geographic township of Dudley, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, heard the resolution, mover and second. Walt and Barry. All in favor? Carry. Okay, the next one was deferred, I believe.
Yeah, so the next one is for the lands of CDH Carpentry Limited. This is a returning file. The applicant recently made a delegation to council on August 22nd, 2023, to seek relief of parking requirements for the proposed renovation and use to their existing building located at 713 Mountain Street. The existing building will accommodate additional commercial use of office space, storage, and a gym. The August 22, 2023 informational staff report was provided to council with general information of the proposed and request. Council deferred the request during their August 22nd meeting and directed staff to return to the September 26th meeting with a full review for council's consideration. Staff have now completed their review and could provide the following, which was provided in the report, that the required parking spaces based on current use is for office use was 5 spaces and storage is 4. The required parking spaces based on the proposed use is office is going to be 5 spaces and the gym is as 4 spaces. The total number of spaces should include at least 1 accessible parking space as per the bylaw. Legal non-compliant parking spaces available on the subject property. The property currently has a total of 5 parking spaces instead of the required 9 spaces for the current use. Therefore, the property has legal non-compliant status for the deficient 4 parking spaces as per section 3.22F of the zoning bylaw, which states if an existing structure had on July 11th, 1977, fewer parking spaces than would have been required to comply with the bylaw, the gross floor area of that structure may only be increased or a new use established inside the structure if additional parking spaces are provided, such that the parking spaces by which the structure is deficient does not increase. So they have not increased, so staff didn't have any concerns with this. It seems to even out for the parking spaces from the previous use to the current use. So if council has any questions.
Questions? I think we agreed on that before. Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy, you want to move it? Tammy? All in favor? Carrie, thank you.
I think Jeff has a question.
Was Mrs. Dobbins was here, but you're in agreement with that before? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I missed you there.
Perfect. Okay, I can read the resolution if everybody's okay with that. Be it resolved that the report for the lands legally known as Part Lot 17, Concession 8, Part Lot 2, Block H, Plan 1, Parts 1, 2, and 6, Plan 19R-9876 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council is satisfied the subject property has sufficient parking for the proposed uses as per section 3.22 of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, now I guess it's Nancy and Tammy, same people. Heard the resolution, all in favor? Carrie? Okay. That's good, then you're dealt with the. For sure. Okay. So now we have, Pat, I guess you'll have to declare an interest in this one. Yeah. Okay, who's gonna do that?
Okay, I can, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're all good to go.
And Pat has declared an interest in this, we won't be voting on it.
Okay. So this is for the severance proposal, the SV-2023-014. The applicant is proposing to sever the subject property, which coincides with the existing split zone boundary of the rural residential and extractive industrial on the property. The proposed severance will create 1 new lot of a rural residential with a rural residential dwelling on the property and 1 retained lot for existing commercial businesses use. It is recommended that council support the general principle of the proposal subject to the imposed conditions and that and comments received through the public process. And that concludes staff's overview.
Okay. Discussion on that? Makes sense. And mover and seconder? Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carrie.
And then I can read that resolution.
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of you.
Yeah, no problem. Be it resolved that council support the general principle for file number D00 SV 2023-014 Lands of Casey, subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public process. Number one, the severance is for the purpose to create one new severed lot and one retained lot that coincides with the split zone of the subject property, known as roll number 010-000-39600. Number two, a copy of the draft reference plan to be submitted to the planning department of the municipality of Dysart et al. For review and comment prior to registration of the plan. Number three, subject to parkland dedication fee of $1,000 for the severed lot. Number four, the registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. Number five, registered owner to pay all administration fees owed to the municipality. And number six, prior to endorsement of the deed, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 2 to 5 have been fulfilled.
Same mover and seconder then, Tammy and Barry. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
The next one is also for Lands of Casey. This is SV-023 or 2023-015. The severance proposal is for the purpose to sever and convey a portion of the subject property for a lot addition to the adjacent property known as roll number 010-000-39600. No new lot or new buildings or structures or new uses are being proposed for this proposal. And it's subject to satisfying the imposed conditions. The proposal will be generally consistent with the provincial policy statement, generally conform with the municipal official plan, and generally meets the intent of the zoning bylaw, and is recommended that council support the general principle of the proposal.
Have the resolution then?
Yep. Be it resolved that council support the general principle for file D00-SV-2023-015 Lands of Casey, subject to the following conditions and comments received through the public review process. Number one, the consent is for the purpose of a lot addition to property known as 010-000-39600. Number two, a copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planning department of the municipality of Dysart et al. For review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. Number three, that the registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. Number four, the registered owner to pay any administration fees owed to the municipality. And number five, prior to the endorsement of the deed, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 2 to 4 have been fulfilled.
Okay, for the resolution, mover and seconder, Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
Okay, this next one is also for consent. For the Lands of Greenhow, the consent application is for the purpose of a lot addition to resolve an encroachment issue by the neighboring property known as 1595 Tattersall Road, which is the benefiting lands for their existing dwelling. No new lots, new buildings, or structures or uses are being proposed with this application. The application would see the property known as the retained lands severed and conveyed as a portion of their property to the neighboring property owners to address the encroachment. So the recommendation is subject to satisfying the imposed conditions. The proposal will generally be consistent with the provincial policy statement, conform to the municipal official plan, and generally meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, and is recommended that council support the general principle of the proposal.
It looks pretty straightforward. Any discussion on it? Okay. Okay, so we want to have, I guess we'll have a resolution then. See how the vote.
Okay, so be it resolved that council support the general principle of the proposed or of the proposal for a lot addition for file number D00-SV-2022-013 Lands of Greenhouse, subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. Number one, the severance be for the purpose of a lot addition to the rule number 011-000-39200. A copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planning department of the municipality of Dysart et al. For review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. Number 3 is subject to the registered owner of the benefiting lot, known as roll number 011-000-39200, providing confirmation that the proposed lot addition provides the required setback from the lot line to the existing structures. And number 4, subject to the registered owner of the property known as 011-000-39200 to obtain building permit for the existing dwelling addition. Number 5, subject to minor variance to recognize the reduced lot size known as roll number 011-000-39100, and the registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes, and registered owner to pay any and all administration fees owed to the municipality at all. And number 8, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 2 to 7 have been fulfilled.
Okay. Then I guess we have a resolution on that. Yeah. We already read that. So mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. I apologize to the people from Albion that are waiting here, but we got behind this morning. So a few more minutes and then we'll get to you, okay? Okay, next, Kay.
Yes, thank you. K is permission to cross a 1-foot reserve application. Mr. Robard owns a property on West Shore Road. He is currently constructing an addition to his existing dwelling, and he requires a second driveway for his septic system. 1-foot reserve exists on the backside of West Shore Road, and therefore he is requesting that permission to cross the reserve. Subject to any questions, staff recommend council grant permission to cross the 1-foot reserve.
Makes sense. Okay. You want to, you doing a resolution on that, Jeff?
Yes, so be it resolved that council grants permission to the registered owner of part lots 1 to 4, concession 13 in the geographic township of Guilford to cross a 1-foot reserve on the West Shore Road, identified as part 3 on Plan 19R 7089. At the location labeled A and B on the attached key map, and the location approved by entrance permit P11EN 2020-1404.
Okay, heard the resolution, mover and seconder. Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Carrie. Okay, next.
The next is a telecommunications tower proposal. Rogers Communications proposes to construct a 60-meter self-support tower on a property located on Winona Lake Road. I wish to clarify, my report and the resolution provided said it was a 70-meter tower, but in actuality, it is a 60-meter tower. The proposed tower is to improve service in the area as part of the EORN cell gap project. In the absence of a DICEART policy, the ISED default protocol outlines the process that the applicants must follow when they seek to install or modify the antenna systems. As per that protocol, the applicants confirmed that other sites were evaluated and opportunities to co-locate onto existing structures were investigated, but all other structures were either beyond the distance or below the height required. The applicants attest that their radio antenna systems will at all times comply with the health standards established by Health Canada. Lighting will be provided as per Transport Canada or NAV Canada requirements. Rogers Communication has submitted the public consultation summary, which also included a public consultation summary table. Some of a summary of the comments included concerns regarding the public consultation process, visual and aesthetic concerns, monopine or camouflaging options that might be available, concerns regarding proximity to the lake, concerns regarding tower elevation and height, as well as health concerns. Following the public information session and based on feedback provided by the public, Rogers agreed to move the tower approximately 200 meters east to be located further from Winona Lake. The proposed site has been situated and designed to have minimal impact on the surrounding land uses. And so Rogers has completed the consultation process, and they're respectfully requesting that the proposal be considered complete and that the municipality issue a formal letter of concurrence. I do note that the applicants are in attendance today, should council have any questions for them.
Okay, is she joining us by Zoom or?
Correct. Chris and Saja are here by Zoom.
Okay. You did say Winona Lake, didn't you?
Correct.
Yeah, I thought you said Winona Lake. Okay. Okay, we have them on Zoom. So this meets, this is more favorably met by the people out there moving it back?
Chris, perhaps you could answer that. I know there's still some concerns out there, but the reason they moved it was based on concerns from the public that it was too close to the lake.
Good morning, Mayor. This is Chris Leggett speaking. Thank you for the question. Yes, during public consultation, a number of the cottagers in the area expressed concern about the location's proximity to Winona Lake. So as a response to that, we agreed to move it approximately 250 meters roughly east away from the lake to a location that was set back further and well buffered by existing vegetation. So, you know, I would assume that most of the folks that participated in public consultation and expressed their concerns are grateful that it was moved. And so I think that we did our best to satisfy that request.
And it's not as high as it originally was considered, so.
The site was originally designed by the engineering team at Rogers to be a 90-meter guy tower. As we researched the area and canvassed potential landlords, property owners who might be willing to host the site, we recommended to Eorn and Rogers that they reduce the height because of the close proximity to the lakes and the significant number of seasonal homes. We felt like a shorter tower would fit in with the community better. So there was a significant compromise made in that regard to reduce from 90 meters to 60 meters.
That's 100 feet. That's quite a difference. So should have satisfied them on two fronts, I think. I hope. Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, so I guess, Tammy?
I just have a quick question. Where the proposed tower is now, will you be able to reach the Musquaby Lake Road residents? Because it's 800 meters that the tower reaches. And that's a 500 meter to Musquaby Lake. So will that tower be able to reach those residents on Musquaby Lake?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, the adjusted height and the new location still meets the coverage requirements of the Eorn program and Rogers engineers. This should cover an area quite a few kilometers in radius away from the tower.
Okay. That's been answered then. Any other questions? Okay, so I guess we're ready for a resolution. Thank you.
If I may, be it resolved that council concurs with the proposed 60-meter telecommunication tower on Winona Lake Road, site C2159, civic address 1344 Winona Lake Road. The existing vegetation buffer shall be maintained around the proposed tower. The tower access road is to be designed and screened with vegetation to minimize the visual impact of the tower by immediate neighbors. Lighting shall be the minimum required to meet safety standards, and shielding shall be installed to deflect the light from being directed toward the ground.
Okay, sounds like it complied. well as they can, for sure. Have a mover and seconder. Pat and Walt. All in favor? Anybody against? Okay, okay, carried then. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
We only got two more, folks, and then we'll be with you. Okay, 1010 LeBlanc Trail.
Yes, thank you. So at the council meeting in August, council received a delegation from Al Duffy and Carrie Houghton, who are local landowners on Spruce Lake, who spoke about issues relating to a private cabin. Staff were directed to bring back a report outlining the history of development and approvals for council consideration. So the report provided today includes a timeline of the history and development. I provided a conclusion and outlined some remedial options. And I also included copies of the building permit and plans for council consideration. All in all, based on staff's review, this is a zoning compliance issue. The private cabin exceeds the maximum gross floor area requirements as outlined in the zoning bylaw. Options to proceed could be a minor variance or a zoning bylaw amendment. I suppose that's it. Does council have any questions regarding the staff report or this situation?
Anybody? Nancy, do you have any questions? So how much does it exceed the legal limit?
So it's 576 square feet. The maximum required is 484.
Well, it's within the realm of a minor variance, and I guess. Barely, right?
I just have one question. So who did the alteration from the original to now? Is it the current owners or was it the previous owners?
It's unclear. So as per my timelines, I outlined when it was constructed by building permit, when the final inspection was, and when the applicants purchased the property. So basically at some point between 2012 and 2023, the workshop was converted to a living area and kitchen. It's the applicant said it wasn't them, so I believe them to be truthful, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It still is a non-complying situation with our bylaw, regardless of who did the conversion.
So it was done without a permit, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Well, I think that was the gentleman that was here, wasn't it? Well, he's pretty adamant that they didn't do it, so I have to take people at their word sometimes. So would we suggest a minor variance then?
I was going to suggest a minor variance, Murray, to help them out there.
Then Barry can help them.
Sure.
Okay. So that's going to be the recommendation then. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Got a comment, Jeff, another one?
Well, all I was going to suggest is we don't necessarily, we can verbally, staff can pass on some of these options, which have already been provided to them, whether it is a minor variance. The resolution provided today is just to receive the report.
So you would make that recommendation to them. Okay. Well, does that sound good, Barry? Okay, so we'll have the resolution then, please.
Yes, thank you. Be it resolved that council receives the report dated September 26, 2023 regarding the history of development and approvals for a private cabin located at 1010 LeBlanc Trail.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Tammy, all in favor? Carrie? Okay. Okay, and the last one before the deer feeding. Ministry of Municipal, this is for information, I assume.
That's correct. So the attached letter was received from the Municipal Affairs regarding the 74 recommendations in the final report of the Housing Affordability Task Force. He is requesting, or the MMAH is requesting, that the head of council prioritize the top 5 recommendations out of those 74 that would be useful for increasing the housing supply in Dysart. So We did receive some clarification via letter last night from the Municipal Affairs, which clarified that council endorsement today is not required. They're just looking for responses from the head of council only, reflecting your leadership role. So no council resolutions necessary, other than to receive the report. And if you have any questions, Mayor, we can certainly help you review those 74 recommendations after the meeting.
Just 74.
Many have already been implemented, and that official plan proposal today was to help implement some more of those 74 recommendations.
I had a chance to review them last night, and I don't know how some of this is going to work, and like allowing 4- and 6-story buildings beside a residential house in Toronto. I don't know how that's going to work, but at least it's not here because, you know, this is one time we're fortunate that we don't have a lot of sewage and water, because it eliminates a lot of people having to put up with another 2 or 3-story or 4-story building right beside their house. So anyway, so I will review them. I think staff have looked at them. And if council's all right with that, I'll send you a copy of what I thought the 5 were. I don't imagine you all want to go through the 74. It's quite a list.
It's been emailed out to if anybody has any
Yeah.
feedback they want to
Yeah,
give you.
we can, we'll shoot it out to you and you can comment on it.
Yeah, I know last week.
I read through a bunch of them there last night too, and a lot of them are glaring and obvious, like if they're increasing the amount of immigration to the province, they're not keeping up with it at the provincial level for approvals, whether that be in sewage or water or land division or density on certain zones. And that's what we're facing in Halliburton here. It's taken so long to get all this stuff done that the system's cross-threaded itself. So anyway, we could have a look at that when you're done. That'd be great.
Can, you're gonna bring back the top 5 or?
No, we have to submit them now.
Send it out to you.
Oh, okay.
It was sent out actually last week. I sent it out.
Probably send out what we pick at the top.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
That's probably the rule. Okay, so we need a resolution then on that?
Yep, they've got one.
Yeah, be it resolved that council receives for information the recommendations of the task force and that staff be directed to work with the mayor to submit the documentation based on identified priorities.
Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carry. Okay, back to. Thank you, guys. Back to the building and bylaw, the delegation that we have. I guess we need to hear that first. Who's gonna lead that? If that would be, Rob or Carl? Looks like you, Carl.
Your mic might be off, Murray.
That's a good thing, isn't it? Okay, so it's on now. So Carl, you're doing this, Rob's not here?
Yeah, just myself and Haley. So yeah, I guess we've council received a couple of letters from concerned groups. One being the Stop Deer Feeding Property Owners Coalition, and the other one being the Halliburton by the Lake Property Owners Association. I wasn't able to find much on these two groups. They don't have much of an online presence, but they both kind of want the same thing. It looks like there's a little bit of coordination between these two groups to amend the bylaw. Essentially, they're looking for all year, restrict deer feeding all year. They're looking to have a fines increase doubled after each offense, and they're looking to increase the area of our mapping. I know that the original bylaw, when it was created, I didn't have much participation in the creation of this bylaw, and maybe council could correct me, but I think that the map, the Schedule B mapping, was reduced considerably from the hamlet area down to just including Helbium and just the town center. And these groups want to have a new map that shows it expanding to the whole hamlet area again, as well as expanding out towards towards the Public Works Garage and including all of Harmony Road. Um, They also want their concerns, so they've each provided a what is it, background information. They want that included as an attachment or amendment to the bylaw. So these are just some of the things. Country Rose as well, they submitted a letter as well, and they just want that extended out towards the Public Works Garage because of significant accidents with deer, with a property owner out there that's feeding the deer. So that's all out there for council's consideration. Did you have anything to add, Haley, with regards to anything I mentioned?
Nothing to add at this time.
Okay, so it's up to council, whatever council decides with any of this. We did explore some of these things with regards to the times, the dates. So again, there's nothing that restricts us from increasing those date timelines. And I think those timelines were put in to kind of wean off the deer. So that's something that we would explore, and it was something that we would look at every year and kind of expand those dates so that to continue weaning the deer off. I think that was a recommendation by council. Otherwise, the fine amounts, again, I've never seen a set fine amount that actually doubles. It would be up to the Ministry of Attorney General if they accept that type of fine amount, but we can explore that if that's something that council wants to look at as well. But that's basically the background of their requests.
Well, certainly it was the intention, I believe, by council. I don't know why it wouldn't be, that it'd be a year-round exemption from feeding in the area that was designated. So we need to make that sure that that's correct. Let's start with, because for some reason it looked like you could feed them in the summer, which makes no sense. Yeah. Now, is there anyone speaking on this? Or no? Have some, well, sure, we'll entertain some. You want- Well, can you turn that on?
Thank you.
And your name again?
Gail Gillespie.
Oh, yeah, okay. Not sure we'll have the answers right away, but go ahead.
Well, I just, I don't really have a presentation. I just, if you have questions about any of our background information or anything like that, I think there's been lots of discussion about weaning deer off. And I'm not a deer expert, just to start with, but I did a ton of research for this whole project. And as soon as you can't just feed deer a little bit. You know, we have a lot of feeders right now. If we try and wean them off, as soon as you offer any amount of food, the deer is still going to stay around. From my research, I found you just can't wean them off. Just an anecdotal report, we talked to people on Cattail where there had been feeding. When the feeding stopped, the deer left. Deer will migrate to find food. It might be hard on them. It might not. We don't really know. There's no way to really predict. So what we want is a complete ban. There's just so much damage in this town, and the deer really aren't healthy. If you see, some of them are walking around, they're still, you can see their ribs. There's too much competition. They're all hanging around for an easy meal, but there's so much competition. There's bucks hanging around during this time of year when normally we don't see them that much. So the young ones and the weaker ones are not, from what we can see, are not getting enough food. They will always go to the easy meal, even though there is browse nearby, but we just need them to use the natural browse. So.
Councillor Casey,
Murray, in the past, there used to be deer feeding yards. I think,
M&R.
the MNR used to do that. And I know there used to be hundreds of deer, at least in Apsley, when we were working over there. I couldn't believe it, how many there were, but I'm wondering, there's people in town that have a passion for it. On the same note, and for troubleshooting some ideas, if we were able to establish a yard like that somewhere outside of town,
Mhm.
a decent ways out of town, and that the people that are passionate about feeding the deer are able to go there
Yeah.
and help out or what have you, might be a good compromise for everybody. I don't know how we set up where that deer yard is, but on the
Right.
same note, as you mentioned, the deer will find the food. And I know those deer that were up in Apsey were, like I said, there's hundreds of deer when I was there. I couldn't believe it, but might be a good way to handle that moving forward. Because again, not feeding them in the summer or not feeding them in the summer and feed them in the winter is not, it doesn't help anybody. And
No,
it's
no,
not natural for the deer
No,
to
it
be in
isn't, and
town.
they're going to stay here.
Right. So to me, if we can lure them away, and if you can get them a deer feeding yard, and at least they start, they'll eat the hay or whatever they put out, or corn or whatever it is, or carrots.
Mhm.
But on the same note, as summer progresses, then it introduces them back into the wild, in a wild environment instead of the town environment on that note. So it kind of gets them reintegrated into what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing in the first place.
Can I address that? The deer yards that the MNR did emergency feeding at in the past were not created by humans. The deer normally, especially in areas of higher concentrations, or depending on the kind of habitat that's there, they will yard themselves. That's a natural behavior. And because, and it's not a policy MNR endorses anymore at all. They do not endorse any feeding whatsoever. They do not do it themselves. So a lot of people did think that it was the MNR creating these spaces. So that's one thing. The deer will yard themselves if they need the cover. The other thing is the kind of feed that we give them is not good for them. It's subpar nutrition. Corn, hay is terrible. In that background document, it talks about transitioning deer to other feed because they're ruminants. It could take them weeks to change the bacteria in their gut to be able to digest food. And we saw evidence in our backyard last winter, these poor deer in pain, hunched over. It was terrible. And the results were not pretty on the snow. So artificial feeding just is not the answer to anything. Plus it increases the size of the population. So it's above with the carrying capacity of the land. So it's an artificially high population that the natural environment can't support. It affects other wildlife species when things get overbrowsed. When there's too many deer, other species suffer. So there's a whole bunch of reasons not to do that. It would be nice to be able to draw them out of town for sure. But I think personally, I think they will do that on their own. I don't know how long it'll take, but.
No, I don't know. We've had delegations here on both sides.
Mhm.
People very passionate about,
Mhm,
they're going to starve to death if we quit feeding them
mhm.
and then the food's okay,
Yeah,
we're
but
hearing
it's
both
not.
sides.
Yeah.
It's,
If you look at any of the literature, like all those references on that background information, there's multiple references about the quality of the food and what it does to the deer. So
well, you did a lot of research on it.
yeah, it was a lot of work. It's not hard to find the information if you look.
Well, it's the passion and the emotions
Mhm,
of these people.
mhm. Yeah.
And of course, there are people selling it that do very well too, the feed, so they're a little bit biased too.
Mhm.
I hate to say that, but they are. Well, I don't know where to take this. I mean, first thing we need to do is get the bylaw fixed that's there now. And then if we're going to look at any expansion for this year,
Mhm.
then we need to address that on a separate issue. So I understand your concerns. I do.
Mhm.
I know where I live, there's quite a few deer there. And first year we moved there, I fed them
Mhm.
and not very much, but the snow was a little bit deep, so I fed them a bit. And then my neighbor said, you shouldn't feed them because they never go back to the natural feeding.
Mhm,
And, but he said, if you put food out, they'll find it.
mhm.
And they did. So, but you know, a lot of people think they're doing the right thing and
That's right. Yeah,
it's a hard thing to,
yeah. People mean well, for sure,
yeah, they do.
but they're not doing the right thing.
But the deer, like there used to be a big deer yard at Halliburton Lake, didn't there, Barry?
Yeah, Percy Lake,
First,
it was huge. There'd be
Yeah.
hundreds of deer there.
hundreds of deer.
But also there was a time when there was no deer there.
Yeah.
Like, in my time, I've gone from, being a young fellow and I am a hunter and my family's done it traditionally for, well over 100 years. And we've gone through times when we could not find a deer. So, and then there's times when there's loads of them like now. But 1980, 1985 in that neck of the woods, if you've seen 1-2 deer in hunting season, you had a good year, if you even seen them. So it goes up and down.
Yeah,
It's
every-
been up for a
everything-
while now.
Nature cycles,
yeah.
everything cycles. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, I think we hear you all right.
Okay.
It's just how we find
Mhm.
middle ground here somewhere.
Well,
But we will have further discussion on it for sure.
okay.
Thank you for
Okay, thank you.
commenting. Okay, so I'm suggesting today that we fix what we didn't do properly the first time.
Which was what, just so everybody knows?
This was the area that we designated for no feeding year round.
Okay. And the time too, was that not?
Well, the time's what caused the problem.
Right.
If you're not feeding them, it doesn't matter what time you don't feed them. You just don't feed them.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Should the fine be higher, Murray?
Pardon?
Should the fine be higher?
Well, like Carl said, we can apply for that. Yeah. What is it? Is it $100 now, Carl?
It's currently 150. And the thing is that this is basically every day is a new offense. So like I think $150 is actually a fairly significant fine for something that's feeding deer. Like it's not a major offense. Like it's like we're not going to get higher fines, or even if we do get higher fines, are they warranted? It's up to council. I mean, we can put whatever fine we want on there or apply for whatever fine, but the ministry might not approve it. And I mean, it's all about being reasonable as well, right? So
Saying is if you charge them and you catch them out 2 days later, you charge them another 100.
Mhm.
And we have had people say they're going to feed them regardless of the fines.
So that's compounding then.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll just offer a comment on that. I did some research on this.
Can you come speak at the mic?
I did some research on this regarding the fines. And the Thunder Bay has their bylaw, which is much more comprehensive than ours as it is now, which includes feeding geese and other like nuisance species. So their fine level is up to $5,000. And frankly, $100, $150 is probably what people who are feeding the deer are spending in a couple of weeks. So it's hardly like, it's more of a slap on the
Unless
wrist.
you find them every other day or every day.
Yeah, but then what do we have? Do we have a bylaw officer walking to all these sites and
Not very
enforcing
far
it?
away.
Are we relying on neighbors to rat out neighbors? I think it needs to be a more significant penalty that causes a deterrent.
Well, if we can get it approved. But
Yeah.
In the meantime, we have to have something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Carl?
Sorry, I just have input on that. So that $5,000, those are part 3 offenses, different than the set fines. We're putting in set fines to simplify the process. Part 3 means that you're taking them to court and you're hoping that the judge gives them, again, it's never going to be the 5,000, which is the maximum fine. It's, it's that's the difference between what we have in our bylaw and what North Bay or other bylaws have that don't have a set fine process.
Right. I would assume North Bay has probably been through the Attorney General process as well, but I guess my point is it just needs to be a bigger fine with a deterrent that means something. Yep.
But if you have to go to court and it takes 6 months to get into the court, it's another problem, and that's the way it is now, right now. Yeah. Nothing simple, is it?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Thank you.
So. Okay. It's certainly not a simple thing. It's playing on people's emotions pretty well, so.
So we have a resolution to receive the correspondence. Do you want direction added to that to bring back an amended draft bylaw reflecting year-round no feeding? And what about the map, the extended area that was proposed? Are you leaving it as it is, or are you looking to change that as well?
Comments?
I have one.
Okay.
Could we not make it exactly the Ward 1 boundary and then extend it out to the Rhodes Garage on 118 West? I mean, the Ward 1 boundary is pretty, a pretty square area, and it's certainly a good portion outside of the hamlet itself.
Well, comments on that? Yeah, I'll give you one more. I can't have it go on forever here, but go ahead.
Yeah, we did look at a number of maps, and Ward 1 didn't cover enough areas where there were problems, so that's why we went with, what we submitted.
Right.
And I don't have the word with that.
No, I understand. No, Ward
I couldn't hear a question.
They submitted several maps and Ward 1 didn't satisfy all the concerns, basically. Would you want us to handle it?
My husband did it. I can't remember what he started with. I think, might have been because it totally eliminated the Sunnyside, Cooper, and Buffalo Road, and in the dark. So, anyway,
Well, if it's coming back next month for a final, we can review that then if that's all we can do.
Do you want them to bring back different options then, or?
Well,
Because there's been 3 different maps, I think, have come so
they've
far.
submitted those maps. You have submitted those maps to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying council's looked at 3 different versions proposed by staff.
Yeah.
And made changes based on council direction.
And then I understand there's more
Yeah.
coming too. It's quite a,
So do you want us to bring back options for maps along with it?
that would be good.
Does that work, Carl and Haley?
I think we tried that already. We brought a bunch of versions of maps and we can do it again. Haley, we could bring those maps back and
Yeah, this has been here
3 or 4, this will be the 4th map.
a little too often, but
Was their map part of our package here? Cause
Yeah, it's attached to the letter.
Yeah, it should be.
I didn't see it here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're bringing it back next month anyway, right? So we can look at it then for sure.
and look at it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, I've heard, so many stories about how this deer feed is so bad for the deer, and I definitely, I really like the deer, of course, and like everybody does, but I also understand the destruction in town and everywhere. But if it's so bad, why is the government letting us sell it to them? You know what I mean? Like, if it's hurting, if it's hurting the deer as bad as some of the reports are saying they are, like, why are they letting it to be sold?
why didn't that just smoke?
You know?
All about money. Taxes.
I know, but I just, I think that, if it's, I mean, I feed the deer where I live, and I live quite a ways away, of course, but I mean, I'm not, nobody's telling me that it's as bad as I'm hearing, and the deer that I have around my house are fairly like healthy deer, really. But I'm not saying that my deer feed's better where I buy it than where somebody else does, but like I say, if it's so bad, I mean, some deer are sick because of whatever reason. I don't know whether it's the food. I'm not standing up for our defending, feeding the deer in town. I think it is really dangerous for them with getting hit. I'm more worried about that. And But I still can't get my head around it, that the deer feed is that bad because. I'm not a hunter. I don't know anything about them, but that's what I've been told. I've asked people who do hunt. And
Some people think that they're garbage cans and just give them anything,
Yeah.
that's what gives them these fuels. And if you feed them responsibly, and I agree with you, we have to set something up outside of town. You can't just cut them off for turkeys.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will die. I think that's what we should be working on. And I'm willing to volunteer my time and resources. But to just cut them off for turkeys, there isn't enough natural food for them to be eaten. It's already been overused.
We certainly didn't learn our lesson with the Canada geese, did we? And that's what we're repeating. If we continue to bring them down all the time. Also, we can have a look at that. One more question.
So maybe when they're looking at the
Yeah, and that's what the constant effective is saying. Okay, so that'll be dealt with next month. That'll be dealt with next month then. On a resolution.
Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from the Stop Deer Feeding Property Owners Coalition, the Halliburton by the Lake Property Owners Association, and the owners of Country Rose Flower and Garden detailing suggested amendments to deer feeding bylaw 2023-44. And further, that staff be directed to bring back amendments for consideration, which would ban feeding of deer year round within the town area and to further consider alternate boundaries.
Okay, you've heard the resolution, mover and seconder. And Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so we're going to adjourn for lunch. Carl, we'll have you first thing after lunch. If that works?
Yep.
Okay. Take care. Yeah. You couldn't win on this issue no matter what.
We're not allowed to touch it. It's got a note on it, see if it does not touch.
Christine? Okay, okay, we're good to go. Okay, Carl, are you with us?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. fire off.
So this report is a site alteration update. So the since the passing of the bylaw, we've put the bylaw up on our web page and have created a specific page for it under the building and septic page of our website. So in that page, we're putting a lot of information in there. We're going to start putting all the educational material related to the bylaw itself, summarize items that are specific to the bylaw, just so that it's easy reference for anybody trying to understand the bylaw. Another part of what we've been talking about, and I've brought this up before at council, is utilizing the bylaw itself as a basically a property shoreline health report. So what we're looking at doing is upgrading our sewage system maintenance bylaw, because we've talked about kind of holding it back a little bit because the industry isn't able to keep up with the number of pump outs, the number of fixes, upgrades, installs that the bylaw is actually creating. So pulling that back a little bit, doing fewer of those inspections every year, but adding another component to it, which could be this this property shoreline health report. So within that, the reason why it's so important is because we have the property owners is required to be on site for those inspections, and we've got their full attention. So creating that educational piece about site alteration and shoreline protection is crucial and very advantageous to move forward. And again, it's up to council if they wish us to continue in this direction. But that's essentially what we're looking at kind of doing with this further piece of the site alteration bylaw.
So Carl, this wouldn't be saying to them, this is education. So this is not saying you have to do this because you don't comply, because you don't have.
Correct. Yeah. So what we're doing is, again, existing properties are existing properties. So if they're, if they already have too much, cleared area, that's fine. Their properties are grandfathered. It's not that we're requiring them to do this stuff. It's educational. Why is it important to maintain this natural vegetation at the shoreline, your ribbon of life, those types of things. So that's what we're looking at doing, and giving them a report card, essentially saying, so your property is because you have, an abundant amount of native vegetation, and you have, your property has, the 5-meter path down to the water at the most, and you have maybe another area for a deck down there, those types of things that you're allowed under the current bylaw. So you'd score a very high score in that case. But if you're completely manicured lawn down to the water, you'd score a very low score in that case. We'd also take into account the results of your septic system. So, hopefully next time we come around, your results are going to be very good, because you're maybe took some of the advice that we're telling you, that how to improve your property, those types of things. So that's kind of what we're looking at doing. And we found from the sewage system maintenance inspection program that a lot of residents get right into it, and they want to know what their score was. Like, they want to know how good it was. So it's something that I think will play very well in what we're currently doing, and moving forward with the sewage system maintenance program.
I think as long as it's education and not punishing people because they don't have something that looks good to us. I tell them about it and tell them how they can improve. I think that.
Yeah, like the report card will have no bearing on anything other than their own ego, really. Other than the sewage system maintenance component, that'll be a component that we continue with. And, if there's issues there, then that's something that they have to upgrade. But anything within the shoreline, that verification is, would be, yeah, exactly, completely educational. It's not something that we're going to require people to, plant natural vegetation and upgrade their properties.
Any concerns with that?
Yeah, just for clarity, again, Carl, it's just information.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go scouting door to door like septic inspection program. Is that correct, or what's the?
Well, it's going to be part of the sewage system maintenance program. So when we're on site for the sewage system maintenance program, we're going to complete that whole property assessment. So again, with the homeowner there, we're going to be able to educate them on site, tell them, informing them of things that they could do to improve if it's not, if let's say they have a manicured lawn, those types of things. So we could, suggest to them those things that they can improve their properties, and that would be form part of their report card, kind of as to how their property impacts lake health.
So what you would, I'm trying to think process here. I'm thinking like Pat is. So what we probably would do is hand them a copy of our policy, our education process. And then point out to them, say, if you did this, it'd be better, but it's up to you. It's really, as long as we're not making them do it.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not going to be something that we're making them do, like upgrade their property. And there's no requirement in the bylaw that they upgrade their property. It's just, we want to educate them with the benefits of upgrading their property. That's the only thing. Like, again, I've actually did it last week or the week before. Somebody was looking to put in a retaining wall at their shore, and they needed municipal sign off. And it was actually a good information session to basically ask them, so what exactly are you doing? So they gave me pictures of what it looks like now, and it had a lot of natural vegetation in front of where the shoreline was being eroded. So they said, we're going to be putting in a retaining wall here and then finishing it with planting seeding grass in there. And so the rest of the lawn was completely all grass all up to the shore. I said, well, you actually have to maintain this natural vegetation. And let's say, well, how do we appeal this? I want to appeal this. So like you can't tell me I need to do this. I was like, well, you can appeal it to council. It's in our bylaw. But I told them, I said, give this information to the homeowners to review. And I gave them that Ribbon of Life, a link to that Ribbon of Life video. And I said, start watching it 5 minutes into that video and see why it's important for that natural vegetation. And they came back saying, yeah, we're gonna replant that natural vegetation. So, just that kind of information, and that identifies the importance of why it's important to have that native vegetation in place of a fully manicured lawn.
Yeah, that sounds great. I like your Ribbon of Life comment, because
Yeah, me
I
too.
believe that's the most practical thing, and as well as your education stuff, Carl. Jumping tracks here, before we kick off the septic inspection program next year, I would mind sitting down with everybody. I don't know if Barry wants to, and just kind of refocus or revisit what worked and didn't work this year, what could work better for next year on that note, because I do know our crews were redlining in terms of keeping up, and I'm not against, I guess I am against the pace to a certain degree, but who knew the amount of infraction you were going to get until you get at it was the problem. But anyway, just something for further thought for before we start up again next year.
Yeah, we could definitely do something like that. We can have like maybe a working group or educational session on that aspect.
That'd be great.
Set something up.
Anything we can do to make it smoother. That's
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah, I think, Carl, that the more that we can communicate and educate the people, whether it's to do with our septic inspection, or like you're saying about helping people, advising them what replanting proper vegetation and that. I think that people want to be told that you're not making a rule where we're punishing them and gonna have to fine them and all this. You're trying to educate them in a way that it's best for their property, best for the environment. And I just think that the whole path that we're on, I'm a big believer in it, is that it's really working, because I hear a lot of people saying to me, it's great that you're trying to educate us on all these issues. So I think it's really a positive.
Okay, I've got a couple of comments on last week's Highlander news from the so-called experts or enviro leaders. And I'm just going to read it because I think it covers several of the points that they raised. The first one is they're critical of us for not joining the county bylaw. So I ask you, there isn't another county in the province of Ontario that's doing the shoreline restoration bylaw from the upper tier. Now, everybody else is wrong and we're right, or we're wrong and they're right. So that's just what I throw out there. And so it makes more sense to do it at the lower tier. That's why it's being done at the lower tier. So I'm going to just read this for you. And I'm trying to cover all the points that they were critical of us for. So it says, in response to last week's Enviro Leaders Slam site alteration bylaw, Dyser's alteration bylaw has provided a balanced approach between protecting the shorelines while still permitting residents to enjoy their lakes. It recognizes site alteration that is already permitted within the water setback through other legislation, but regulates how this is to be completed to protect the shores and lakes. The most significant impact of the local EP areas, which greatly restricts any site alteration. This means no more dumping, filling, or constructing or removing natural vegetation within the EP areas. The proposed set fines within the bylaw represents only one tool available for enforcement and does not restrict the municipality's ability to require full restoration, court orders, or significantly higher fines through prosecution. And they made a big bones about the fines. The set fines are established for lesser offenses of non-compliance with the bylaw. I'm not sure why you, the editor included, or the story writer, the opinion of two environmentalists and never talked to the staff about how the process worked. Anyway, that's what the papers do these days. Council passed a fair and balanced bylaw between the site out, between the environmental concerns and the ability of the lakefront owners to continue to enjoy their properties. The site alteration bylaw was developed through the most intensive public interaction we have ever undertaken and included environmental groups, lake associations and groups and contractors. That was the West Guilford meeting. I commend Dyser staff and the residents and their ability to work together to protect our lakes through programs such as the sewage system maintenance program and the site alteration bylaw. So I just think that they completely didn't do any research. And I have to say that I respect Leora and Paul McGinnis there, but you know, they're not experts on everything. And I just wish they'd do a little research before they sound off on some of these things when we are trying to work with people and get it right. I think that's what this council's tried to do and staff have tried to do. So I normally wouldn't respond to this, but I think it's unfair the way it came out and it should be dealt with. So there, I'll let you run at that, but anyway.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. The issue I had with it was that it only showed the one side, and I'm not sure why it quoted two environmentalists, and again, they didn't talk about the good things that the bylaw does to protect the environment. Like we now have, like you mentioned, protection on EP lands. You know, no filling, dumping. We had no controls before, and now we do. You know, now we're requiring natural vegetation within the 30 meters shoreline setback. Those types of things. So I'm not sure what the environmentalists were looking for. And as you mentioned with Leora Berman, I had not long ago, I had a lengthy discussion with her. It was a very positive discussion about, collaborating with training, training our staff to, complete the property shoreline health report, those types of things. And, at no time did she bring up any of these issues. So I'm not sure where this all stems from, but I wasn't particularly keen with that report, with that story.
No, I wasn't either. Anyway, maybe I'm overly sensitive.
2 years ago, we had a situation like this where an editor wrote something about council when he hadn't even been at the meeting to hear it. Now, instead of council writing a letter, I wrote a letter. Would you like me, instead of you answering, would you like me to write the letter? I'll work with the building inspector and.
Well, except that I've answered it publicly now. It's on It's on they're gonna respond to it.
If you'd like me to write the letter, I'll do it.
Okay.
More meetings than any of these editors.
You've almost been here more than some of the counselors. Yeah. Yeah.
And when I really get annoyed when I see these things in the paper criticizing our council.
Well, the interesting thing that I always found for the last number of years is that people are easy to criticize, but I don't see their names on the ballots. If they were so interested, they'd be out here and they'd be at this table.
But if you'd
They're
like
not.
me to write the letter, just tell me and I'll work with the building inspector to do it.
Okay.
And then this isn't coming from a council, this will be coming from.
Well, it's sour grapes when it comes. It's okay though. Yeah. That,
Murray, I'm confused as well. Like, to me, good reporting, both sides of the story. The facts are relevant on both sides. You dig into the relevant truths on both sides, and then the story is what it is at the end of the day. But it seems the flavor of the day is pushing the momentum that we just spoke of. But anyway, it's just disappointing on that note, because you seem to focus on what's wrong versus what's positive on that.
exactly. That's the point. Exactly. Anyway, we can move on then.
Finally, like I'm really behind the education part.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of good compliments from a lot of my constituents saying that it's great that you're gonna be getting these pamphlets out and you're gonna be able to have that around the house and see what hey, we're gonna cut this tree down, we better call an arborist. Things like this, so I think it's great what our staff have done. Good job, Carl.
Yeah. Well, they've done a good job. Okay, anything else for Carl? So you're moving ahead, Carl?
Yeah, just I guess the resolution.
Yeah, we will have that right here.
Okay.
Be it resolved that council received the site alteration bylaw 2023-075 update report as information. And further, the staff are directed to continue developing a shoreline health report program in conjunction with the sewage system maintenance program for further consideration by council.
You've heard the resolution, move and seconder, Barry and Malt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now we're back up to the starter where we. Harcourt Community Hall, anything to report?
They haven't had a meeting yet. Oh, but I could report on I think the privy is finally completely done. I don't know why it's right on the snowmobile trail, but hopefully it doesn't get hit.
Well, it might get run over.
It might, we'll find out.
Did they not ask anybody before they put it? Yes. Okay, we'll have to move it then.
There's been conversations with the Potash Club, so they're okay with where they were actually happy to hear it was gonna be open for the winter for them. I don't know that they realized at first that it was gonna be open year round.
Okay, so they can work around it. Well, Carm's not here for West Guilford. I see the event sign out there. It was by West Guilford. It's way back to July last year. I think it needs updated. Rails End Gallery, Nancy?
Hi, Lori has sent on the report. They had their AGM. They still have a couple open positions on their board. They have lots of exhibits coming up and their drum circle is kind of moving all around the county in different spots and having lots of people experiencing that. Again, lots of events. They have a good calendar of events and their exhibits and stuff on the website, and I will be very glad to get back to going to regular meetings with them again.
Okay. And Pat, I heard you say you had a meeting tomorrow night? Tonight with the BIA? And it's Harvest Halliburton met? Okay. Kawartha Halliburton Source Protection? No? Upper Trent?
No new meetings, but I can safely report the water is definitely going down.
I'd say it's gone down. Okay. Yeah.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the September 23rd or 2023 Rails End Gallery and Arts Center report.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat. All in favor? Gary, thank you. Okay, Fire Department, Dan?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a quick update on the last couple of months, because unfortunately I was unavailable to join you for due to some scheduling conflicts. As you can see, hopefully you had a chance to review our numbers as usual are still continuing to go up every year. Not quite as significant for July over last year, but I see we have more than a dozen calls for August this year. We know one thing that people are going to be asking about, and unfortunately it's kind of too early to say definitely one way or the other. But based on the numbers that we're having, it's showing that our percentage of medical calls for our total calls have actually dropped. And I know that's been something that's been brought up quite regularly as concern since the Minden ER is closed. So again, it's one of those things that I think we need to get maybe like a full year's worth of stats to do something consistent, but I'm sure it's kind of conversation on the street still at this point. So the municipality has represented us with inspections. We're going around to several buildings over the course of the year. I'm not sure what's happening there, sorry. So that'll help maybe. Sorry for distraction there. The inspections of the several buildings within the department, within the municipality, we're going to, upon request and complaint. As you can see, we're still doing them on a fairly regular basis. Public education is one of the major factors of the fire department. It's really in our interest to try our best to show the public what they can do to protect themselves, partly because we have such a large rural area to cover. So when we're going out, we do annually, we try and aim for sometime around the long weekend of civic holiday weekend, so that we can get more, some of our cottagers, get more of them in location, and we do an annual door-to-door alarm campaign and information night. So we go around specifically with smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms in mind, but we try and provide information on other fire safety aspects, possibly say more of the M&R's Fire Smart program when we're going door to door. So we got to actually make entrance over 100 places this year. 113 people let us in, and as my report shows, 3 of them would have been considered non-compliant. It's not that they didn't have any protection, but some of their protection needed to be maintained or updated better.
Well, I think that's a great program because people that have battery ones, they don't check them. They forget.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's usually our focus. We certainly try and focus on older locations that would only have battery systems, not the full 120 volt electrical system now. So it's very nice to see there's good compliance.
Carbon monoxide, and they're required whether it's wood burning, are they, or are they everywhere?
So no, not everywhere, but wood burning, a fuel burning appliance. So propane, oil, and wood all would qualify. And as well as any building that has an attached garage. So there's the potential that maybe a vehicle is left in unattended and that CO can be created and migrate into the home. So there's those kind of circumstances. And in those instances, a CO is required on each floor of the residence. So.
Yeah, that's a good program.
Yeah, no, it's really good to get a chance to go around. Just give you one interest, and we got a call for carbon monoxide, and unfortunately we can get false alarms. It registers as a carbon monoxide on our gas meter, but it's actually hydrogen sulfide, which is a side effect from the charging of batteries. So we've run into this a couple of times from some of the new battery installations for these off-grid homes and solars and the batteries. They're big battery banks, I guess, or storage units. So that could be part of the reason why, if you might notice, we've had a couple more carbon monoxide calls through the summer here. That's not typical. So.
Oh, okay. That's a good program anyway, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Any other questions on that report?
No, we're gonna have a resolution here now.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for July and August 2023.
Mover and seconder, Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
So here I am again, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just wanted, mostly for informational purposes, I'm recommending that we have a replacement engine purchased for our heavy rescue truck number 5. So I've got it written as, be it resolved that council approve the purchase of a replacement engine for the fire department heavy rescue vehicle truck number 5 to be funded through a combination of 2023 fire budget surplus from the working funds reserve And further, that staff are directed to start the process of procuring the replacement for truck number 5, being a 2006 Ford F-550. So just a quick background, the standard life expectancy of our fire vehicles is 20 years. And what's happening in the industry currently is we're seeing a 2 to 3 year timeframe as far as doing the replacement of this vehicle. So it's due to be started to be replaced, but unfortunately, coincidentally, at this time, we have had a catastrophic engine failure. So the one cylinder has failed. We thought it was an injector, and unfortunately, that did not solve the problem. So with the assistance of our treasurer, we've gone and looked over our budget, and we have been able to find some areas where there's possibly a little bit of a surplus to help fund this replacement. The expected replacement would be about, $22,170. So it is possible that we will see a deficit of $7,730 that might need to be funded from the working funds reserve as of our current research.
And since we're not keeping that truck, why wouldn't we just put a used engine in it? It's not.
Sorry, it would be, it is a used engine.
It's a used engine?
Yeah, it's a rebuilt engine. It does come with a warranty. And apparently from what the mechanics told me, it's actually could be considered a bit of an upgrade from the engine that's currently in it. I don't know enough about them.
Well, I just wonder, rebuilds are quite a bit different than used, isn't it? If you go to and get a used.
Well, maybe I'm my apologies then. If that's the case, I might be giving you the wrong terminology there. This is the recommended route to go from the mechanic.
Well, I'd like to look at an alternative.
Okay.
If it's rebuilt with a warranty, that tells me it's rebuilt. Like used would be just pulled out of another truck somewhere and put in this one, which, you know, especially an emergency vehicle. If it's rebuilt with a warranty, then to me, that justifies the cause for sure on that note. Cause I think you're into 50 grand for a new one.
$20,000 bucks.
Well, I think it's 50 for a new one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So that's reasonable then?
I think it is, especially if we're only going to keep it for 3 years.
And we are keeping it for 3 years?
We are anticipating its use for another 3 years. At that time, it should be fully amortized, and we can be very hopeful that.
That changes my mind. I thought it was going next year.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's a 3-year process to do the replacement of it is what I'm anticipating. So that's why I'm asking for permission to do that at this time, as well as we want to try and get it back in service for the further 3 years.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I think you kind of just explained that, Dan. Yeah, I was a little confused there, but yeah, no, you
that
just explained it.
clarified it for me, for sure.
Okay, my apologies.
No, you don't need to. Okay, resolution then?
Be it resolved that council approve the purchase of a replacement engine for the fire department heavy rescue truck number 5 to be funded through a combination of a 2023 fire budget surplus and from the working funds reserve, and further the staff are directed to start the process of procuring the replacement truck for truck number 5 being a 2006 Ford F-50. Ford 550, sorry.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Tammy, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, Public Works, John?
Good afternoon, members of council. This is a report that's a follow-up to a presentation I made on June 13th of this year regarding the Ontario Regulation 39121 or Blue Box. As council is aware, in 2021, the Ontario government passed a new Blue Box regulation with the aim of expanding residential Blue Box to more communities, standardizing the list of acceptable Blue Box materials across the province, and making producers of paper products, packaging, and packaging-like products 100% financially and operationally responsible for the residential Blue Box program. This program is phased in over 3 years. Some municipalities have transitioned to this new program already. Dysart transitions on January 1st, 2024. And then the post-transition phase starts January 1st, 2026. At the June 13th meeting of Dysart Council this year, I presented various documents issued by Circular Materials, which included a master services agreement, 2 statements of work for depot operations and promotion and education, and a compensation exhibit unit price explanatory note. At that time, Dysart Council directed us to prepare a bylaw to opt in to that master services agreement and statements of work with Circular Materials. Subsequently, following that, Circular Materials actually revoked all of those documents that we had decided to opt into and instead issued a simplified eligible community depot operations agreement. So this new agreement is 38 pages and outlines the obligations of the municipality as a service provider to Circular Materials that would start on January 1st, 2024 and last until December 31st, 2025. If Dysart Council continues to recommend that we opt into this agreement with Circular Materials during that transition phase starting January 1st of 2024, residents would be able to drop off acceptable blue box materials at our 5 waste disposal sites. We would need to meet obligations regarding contamination. The commercial sector, which is considered non-eligible sources, could also drop off their blue box materials at our waste disposal sites until the end of 2025. And Dysart would incur a $200 per metric ton penalty based on 3.75% of our tons coming from non-eligible sources. We would receive approximately $86,000 in 2024, and then a CPI adjustment in 2025. We would not incur any costs for hauling and processing the residential blue box materials, which is approximately $315,000 budgeted in 2023. I do really want to stress that this regulation is very specific to residential sources of blue box materials. During the transition period, like I mentioned, we can't, if we were opt-in to the agreement with Circular Materials, we can mix the residential and non-eligible or commercial recycling. We do incur that financial penalty for doing so. But I really want to stress that starting in 2026, we cannot mix residential and non-eligible sources of blue box materials. So in 2026, Dysart Council would have to decide whether it wants to provide blue box drop-off services to the commercial sector, and if so, at what sites, and would have to arrange for a separate hauling and processing contract for those materials, and determine at that point how to fund a commercial recycling program, whether it be user pay or the property tax base subsidizing the commercial sector to drop off blue box materials. The financial impact to signing this agreement with Circular Materials is that we would no longer be receiving $140,000 in revenue from Stewardship Ontario, as that funding program would no longer exist. We would receive $86,000 in funding from Circular Materials. That includes all the deductions for the penalties that we would be facing. And we would no longer have $315,000 in blue box hauling and processing expenses in 2024, 2025. That concludes this report. Again, Dysart Council did direct staff to opt into the agreement, but then they changed the agreement, not the financial terms, but they issued a new document. So we wanted to make sure council was aware if we were to continue to proceed with opting into the agreement, that it was a different agreement we're opting into.
Was not. You said that we need to meet the criteria for the contaminated waste. Otherwise, there's a penalty.
So in the transition period of 2024, 2025, there would be basically an education component if we weren't meeting the contamination thresholds. Because additional items could be added into the blue box, our contamination kind of calculations are expected to change. I'm personally and professionally not too concerned about the contamination levels that are in the agreement, as I feel we'll be able to meet them through continued education to our users of our sites. We already have a very low threshold for contamination already in our blue box program.
Okay, good.
John, regarding the 2026 commercial separation, is that something where commercial operators could be provided a bin at the landfill and we drop it off ourselves instead of the township. If I understand you right, the township coming up with a plan to collect it all. Does that make sense? I know it's 3 years down the road. I'm hoping they change that, but anyway.
Yeah, so come 2026, there's many options for commercial recycling. The commercial sector could handle it completely on their own and Dysart not provide any drop-off services. We could provide drop-off services at one site, all of our sites. We would need to arrange for a hauling and processing contract and incur those costs. And then the question is, how do you reimburse those costs? Is it through a user pay system or through the tax base subsidizing the commercial sector to drop off their recycling?
Well, I'm not pushing it down the road, but I think for me anyways, we'll worry about that 2025 on that note. I just didn't know if there's something else on the horizon you might know of. Different conversation. So if my math is right or wrong, it's looking like if we opt in, we're going to be to the plus of about 260 a year. Is that correct? 260,000.
Essentially, we do have the reduction because we don't have the Stewardship Ontario funding, which has traditionally been a revenue source for us. Staff would, and I think our treasurer would maybe agree that that any savings be allocated into a reserve as we plan for maybe the site reconfigurations at some of our landfill sites, as we expect those costs will be high and we need to provide exceptional customer service as those sites continue to expand and kind of service more vehicles and more traffic.
Well, you know, I see this number, then I see for myself, like our biggest problem, as everybody knows, is C&D waste. So if this funding here could trade off the building and or a set of scales, et cetera, that's going to solve the deficit problem we're having on that note. So this is good news.
Yeah, okay, any other discussion? Okay, it sounds like, so what's the resolution say that we're?
Be it resolved that council receives the report for informational purposes about Ontario Regulation 391-21 Blue Box, and further that council directs staff to prepare a bylaw to opt in of an eligible community depot operations agreement with Circular Materials.
And that's what you're recommending too, John?
It is, yes.
Okay. Okay, we have a resolution, mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, and Nancy, I guess, all in favor? Carried. Thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
Okay, Barb.
Yes, good afternoon. So we have here our section 357 write-offs for September. Municipal portion amounts to $206,000 or $206.27. And this represents the demolition of two structures.
Okay. Pretty straightforward. Movers, we got a resolution.
Just 1 second, I'm behind here. I need to flip back up. Back to finance. Be it resolved the council authorizes tax adjustments for applications made under section 357, the municipal act is amended as follows: municipal portion 20627, county 15391, and education 9985.
Okay. Any discussion? Mover and seconder? Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, procedural bylaw. You handling that?
Yep, that's the Mallory had a report on that on the last meeting to change
To
to
one meeting a month.
one meeting per month. So the resolution is be it resolved that bylaw 2023-83 being a bylaw to govern the calling, place and proceedings of meetings be read a first, second and third time passed, signed and the corporate seal attached here too.
Everybody, anybody annoyed about that? Going to one meeting? If we have to stay a little longer, we'll have to stay, use one day instead of two. And if we need a second day, we'll have it.
There's emergency meeting,
Yeah.
we can call for it anyway.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Something that's important, we shall deal with it. Okay,
Need a mover and seconder.
need to. You read the resolution, didn't you? So I need a mover and seconder, Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Okay, a bylaw to, this is a marriage license one.
Yep, this is an update follow-up from the last meeting as well. There was a report there on the increasing the marriage license fees to bring them in line with the other areas.
Okay,
So,
discussion on that?
so the
Mover
resolution,
and seconder then?
I'll give it
Oh,
to you,
gotta
hang
do
on.
the resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-84 being a bylaw to impose fees and charges be read a first, second, and third time passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carry. Okay. Now, I think we did that in planning, that 2330, 2376, and 85. So I think we're going right over
Yep.
to the standing committees. Item number 10. We're going to get there, Nathan. We're just a few minutes away.
This is Glade Park. Yeah, you got the Glade Park minutes there.
Who's doing that? Pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still trying to find it. We're flipping around here. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the August 10th, 2023 Glebe Park and Museum Committee as information.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Pat and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Draft Culture Resources Committee meeting.
You want me to read a resolution of the minutes, or you have any?
Well, is there concerns
Review.
about that? I guess we're going to deal with the Samswick Park thing. On that draft Glebe Park, somebody in Ski Club didn't like our recommendation for the rent there.
We were going to sit down and have a discussion, but I think at the moment they would like to be maintained at the status quo is what
Of
their
course they would.
position.
Is this building heated?
Yeah, but I think they pay the hydro, right, Barb? And the,
Yes, they do pay the hydro.
Well, I guess we need to talk about that.
we can bring it back again to the next meeting, but
Who's on that committee?
Tom Lambert's the chair, Barry is the rep on Glebe.
Do you want to meet him, Barry? And
I'm just basically waiting to hear when, they haven't set a meeting up yet, right? So. Yeah, I'll meet with them for sure, whenever it is, but yeah,
Yeah, we'll set something up.
Don't commit yourself too bad.
no.
No. Okay. Okay. Resolution then.
Okay. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the August 24th, 2023 Cultural Resources Committee as information.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carry. Okay. So now we need a resolution to go into closed.
Okay, be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:42 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed disposition of lands in the township of Dysart, County Road 21 in Wonderland, and a proposed acquisition of land in the township of Harcourt, proposed road acquisition in Harcourt. And to discuss matters pursuant to section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of educating or training the members on municipal debt financing.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carry. Okay, we'll go into close.
Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023.
Maybe we need notice more.
Oh, notice of motion. We are back in open now.
If we're open in, yeah, if we're in open now. Carm mentioned at the last meeting that we should revisit the commercial zoning for storage containers, so I would like to bring that to a notice of motion.
Just one second, just getting back in here.
I guess we have to look at it and see what difference. Well, I might,
So you do need to vote on whether you agree to ask
Yeah,
staff
that's
to
what I
bring
thought.
forward a report or put it on the next agenda, basically.
right,
So it's all of council.
So do we want to put that on the next agenda? Okay. Mover and seconder.
Let's say be it resolved that staff be directed to place an item regarding which is
storage containers.
containers on commercial property. What's that? Just want me to leave it at storage containers then?
Well, no, you might as well do it all at once. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mhm.
On a future agenda, okay. Okay, name mover and
And-
seconder.
I'm moved it.
Oh, that's right.
All in favor?
And, oh, did you want to do the next one?
Yeah.
So can I do the 15% grade? It's on page 83 of the official plan where Wyona Lake and one other lake has a 15% grade. But I would like to switch it to all lakes in Dysart. The 15% grade.
How do we verify the 15%?
How do they verify it on Wyona now? Mike,
How do we verify the 15%? And does it apply to individual cottage lots?
I think Algonquin Highlands has it for the whole.
Really?
I think so. So if I was just thinking if Algonquin Highlands has it for the whole municipality, then why can't we have it? And this is for the 15% grade with so many meters back from your
Shoreline.
cottage, because there is so many where they have a rock to contend with and they cannot possibly meet the requirements of the 30-meter setback for gazebos or structures or anything like that.
Okay. Well, we'll just discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's all the stuff you directed to place an item regarding
The 15% grade.
On waterfront properties.
On waterfront properties. I should have looked up.
Where the
this.
setbacks are not attainable.
Right, yes, perfect.
That's why you blast the rock, isn't it? Yeah,
Um, is there a mover and a seconder to
Is
put
there a
that on
mover and
the
seconder for that?
agenda?
did you second? Okay, Barry and Tammy.
Okay.
And we got the gazebos looked after this morning?
I don't know that it got formal direction though. I don't think it got formalized. I think it was just a discussion, but shall I bring Jeff back in?
I think she was told she could move the gazebo back onto the deck.
Yeah, she
I'm,
was.
I'm not in specific, but I think they're talking in general amendments.
Oh.
No, but we deferred that. Yeah. At the next. Yeah. So I don't know that it is covered, but. Hmm? Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Okay, we're in open session again and Councillor Donaldson has brought up a few notice of motions, including putting a discussion on storage container use on a future agenda. Discussion about 15% grade on waterfront properties where setbacks aren't attainable.
Could you just, sorry to interrupt, maybe clarify that 15% grade
That's where I needed you.
question?
On the official plan, I think we're going to agree, it has that Wyoming has. Wyoming Lake has.
On the official plan, Wyona was, Lake was, noted as the 15% grade when setbacks can't be obtainable because of the lot, the natural rock of the, and it doesn't matter which lake it is, but the 15% grade then, is used in, how do I want to say it? If there's buildings or structures within the 30-meter setback, but they can't move them because of the topography of the property, then it is possible that the structures could stay there as long as they abide by all the other restrictions. So I wanted to just add that to all the lakes in Dysart.
So if you had a gazebo out of the lake now and it was essentially supposed to be pulled back 60 feet, or whatever that number is, you're asking for an exemption from that because topographically, they can't put that gazebo anywhere but where it is.
Right, because of the rock or whatever is a obstruction in their property.
Percy Lake has the,
I was just gonna maybe suggest that. Are you referring to Percy Lake?
Yes.
Perhaps. I'm not aware of anything on Winona Lake.
No, I don't think there is anything.
Perhaps
Okay,
you're
maybe it's
referring to
Percy Lake, yeah.
I think it might be Quaggaman maybe has the
Ah.
same thing, or no.
There's-
not
there was
Quaggaman.
two
But anyway,
lakes.
Percy Lake, definitely.
Percy, I think, is the only one that has a special policy area to allow structures in the setback. And I think you're right, Tammy, that it relates to allowing sheds within the setback where there is a certain slope.
Right,
And going back, I don't think I was involved in that, but I think the approval was based on a submission from the Percy Lake
Yeah.
Ratepayers Association.
It was.
They surveyed the entire lake, took some votes and see who wanted it and who didn't, and if I remember that section of the official plan correctly, so it doesn't recognize existing structures. It would permit a structure to be built there, subject to purchase of the Shore Road allowance, a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan
Yeah, so it's just
control.
not so simple.
It's not just as of right, you go ahead and build. You would have to probably prove that your lot is that steep and there are constraints to you.
And you
The
should have
15%
to, and you should have to.
topography.
Yeah, yeah, that's like, if they had this 15%. That is a possibility that it is more than 15%, because the last few I've looked at have been way more than 15%, and I really don't know what for 15% is, but when it goes like this. And it goes up 40 feet, I'm pretty sure it qualifies for the 15%. So it would be nice to have something there that the people could have it in their, that it's possible for them to keep their structures.
For other lakes. So as I mentioned, that one was a result of the Ratepayers Association coming forward to council, and they actually surveyed all the members, all the property owners on the lake. And I think they received 75% support. So if we wanted to open up to other lakes, are we gonna survey those lakes as well to see if there's support for this type of thing?
Yeah. Would it not have to go through public consultation to do this?
There is a public consultation process to amend the official plan, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But even prior to going to that, there was a survey done of the lakes, so just to make sure that there was an appetite for that before opening it up.
Easier if the individual that had the shoreline property that was steep or an obstruction ask for, would it be faster or easier to ask for relief from council than it would be to do what surveying lakes and getting, that sounds like a pretty big public consultation. It sounds like a big chore. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but how do you quantify who, is it 15% or is it an obstruction? Because if the grade isn't 15%, but there's a rock wall that's vertical in one spot, you know, so who, do you get an engineer to determine that? Or like, just trying to keep it as easy as we can moving forward, but
I would think those drones would be able to do anything, so maybe it's a drone.
It would likely be a surveyor or someone that would do a site evaluation report as per for the ones on Percy Lake. In terms of trying to get site specific approval from council, they could come for a zoning bylaw amendment, but all planning decisions are supposed to comply with your policy, and the Dysart planning policies are very strict with development and water setbacks. So I always go back to, I can't remember what year it was, we had a minor variance application that the Committee of Adjustment approved a water setback variance. Our own council appealed our own Committee of Adjustment to the OMB. And at that time, council didn't want any more development in the water setback, so they put in the word strictly adhered to. So they can come to council, and obviously all the decisions are up to council, but you're supposed to satisfy the official plan. If you go against it, anybody can appeal it. So you're opening yourself up to scrutiny. If it's something you want to consider across the board, instead of looking at maybe the 15% rule, it's something you could look at changing your policies, but there's a lot of policies in our official plan regarding natural shorelines. It would be a considerable change, I think.
Well, we're just gonna get them every month from now on till forever because there's so many of them.
what my own opinion, Tammy, I wonder if we work through the process of number one, defining or delineating, getting our gazebos to stay where they are or in that 10-foot ribbon of life or what it is. And then as we're going along that path, because the percentages of calls we may get might be a ratio of 1 to 9 on, you know, people have lots that they can leave it there or move it around or whatever. You might get one lot that is restricted. That's my own opinion, right?
I'm shooting 3 out of 4 in the last couple of weeks
Right.
for that exact same thing.
And
And it,
that's when, what lake was that on?
Allen Lake,
Harcourt Park.
Straggle Lake,
Yeah, there's some bad.
there's
lakes in the
some
park.
huge, and if it was a new build, then you wouldn't have a problem.
So if we, again, if we grandfathered everything till a certain date, That would stop that. Anything new, everybody would know that they can't build down by the lake.
Right.
Might be a better way.
And we wouldn't give them a building permit to begin with. So, but the latest one that's closest to my memory is like, it was given a building permit in 1963. When really it wouldn't have never have got a building permit
Mhm.
in this day and age.
Oh,
So we're trying to fix our problems that we had from before 50 years later. But if we don't do it, we'll just keep having them come every month.
Nancy's got her hand up there.
Nancy?
If this is put on a notice of motion, shouldn't this be a full discussion at our next meeting and not 20 minutes right now?
Should be. I agree.
Thank you.
So far, we've gotten the notice of motion as the storage containers, structures and grade. And I think you had started to mention the gazebos.
Yeah, but I thought that when we deferred this with Jeff on the all this.
That just deferred that file. I don't think it gave them any direction to do anything with it, right?
Yeah, there wasn't any formal direction provided for Dando. It's going to be deferred until a later date. I'm not sure what the condition on that was to allow us to review our policies. So based on these discussions, both gazebos or sheds, storage containers, it sounds like council wants to open up the zoning bylaw and official plan to do a review.
So since this is still open, these general amendments to the zoning bylaw, we can include, or how do we include looking at the gazebos or looking at the storage containers?
I think he's recommended earlier, you keep with the stuff he gave you earlier separate. Otherwise, it'll slow down the approval of the secondary dwelling or additional dwelling units and
Right, yeah.
everything
that's
else
right.
could be
We
complicated.
We
with
didn't
these
want to
other
slow down the
items.
secondary dwelling, right? But how do we go about looking at the other now then?
Yeah, so as we're going through this one, I guess I could start preparing another official plan and zoning bylaw
Okay,
amendment to look at other items that may be of interest to council. So,
Okay,
Right.
so what I might suggest is I could come back to council and you guys might want to brainstorm or think of other amendments you might want in the meantime.
Okay.
That process will likely include stakeholder consultation just to see if there's any other ideas that to amend while that we're opening our policies.
seems like we're putting a lot on you here, Jeff, but
It's a big process.
Yeah.
It is a long process, but if that's what you guys want, we can start it.
I don't know. I would like to see it started. I don't know where it's gonna go or if whether everybody's gonna be in agreement or not, but it just seems like we've kind of it's been this way forever. I mean, times have changed a little bit, so I think we need to start looking into a few of these things.
We can do what the zoning bylaws did before, start another process.
Mhm.
Sure. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Whatever gets us the easiest way to get through it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring back a report. It probably will be more discussion so that I can get it.
What we're talking about.
Yeah, those three things there.
Well, I think
I shouldn't be saying.
Mhm.
I think those are the specifics I'll be looking for. So it's going to be what types of buildings, how big of buildings, how many buildings, because this could be the difference between a medium, the complexity of medium for an official plan amendment or a rewrite of our official plan, which could be multiple year process and consult. So think about what you're looking at and we can go back and go from there.
Well, and it's not the deed, or any building down. That what we're saying now? Well.
I don't know what, like, I mean, when I'm saying structures, I'm thinking of a gazebo or a tiki bar or a possible sauna or a pump house or something like that. Something that's I'm not thinking, and I'm not, like, one is enough for me. One of those things, not three of them. You can have one of them. And you gotta be so many feet back from the edge of the shore, something. I don't know what all the rules and regulations, I don't. Yeah.
Keep in mind, we're moving on the path forward of trying to ward off 20 complaints a day on,
Yeah.
on on tiki bars and
Mhm.
gazebos. That's where we
That's-
started with this.
Because
So-
when we all take our tours around the lakes that we're on, we all see it that there's a high percentage of every property is likely not in conformity,
Everyone's not
right?
in conformity.
So.
Anyway.
Where are we now?
So based on this, Jeff, what would be your recommendation in terms of how to move, knowing these are three items that in half an hour have been identified? There could be other things as you come along, right? And I think that's, Jeff probably wants to look at instead of one every week, because it takes a lot to open them up. Let's look at the whole thing and see what the process is and.
Well, I kind of compare this to our comprehensive review of our policy documents. So the Planning Act typically requires you to review your official plan every 5 years and your zoning bylaw right after you do that amendment. But because our official plan was a brand new official plan in 2018, I believe, it didn't need to be reviewed again in 2018. I mean, till 2028. So I kind of compare it to that. I have bylaw consideration folders and official plan consideration folders in my office where there's other ideas that get brought up at council or I get mentioned to from the members of the public. So if we want to open it up and just kind of change everything council wants to change, we can do that, but these processes usually take a year or two sometimes to do. They're quite an involved process to do a comprehensive review once you do your stakeholder consultations and everything like that. But we can start with a discussion next month and list the ideas and we can go from there.
That sounds good.
Okay. We good?
Yeah, let's get it started.
We're just getting started.
I said, let's get it started. Yeah.
Your mic's off. You're good. Confirming bylaw? Are we to that point? Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-88 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on September 26th. Be read a first, second, and third time passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on September 26th at 3:32. That's the longest meeting so far. There you go. Mover and seconder.